Hello! Welcome to the show. I'm your host, Johnny Baghead. As always, welcome back. Why is it Johnny Baghead with hair today? You might be wondering. My main bag broke again. Not the part that broke before, but a related part. I think I'm going to buckle down and do the rebuild of that mask because, you know, nothing new. I've had to adjust and re-repair stuff on the main bag head dozens of times at this point. But this one, I think it's just getting a bit too worn down at this point. So I think I need to start properly looking into doing the rebuild of that. If anyone knows where to get those LED strips that cosplayers use you can see through, someone let me know, because I need those. But anyway, we've got Baghead with hair back again, and yeah, we're just gonna play some more Jak and Daxter. Hang on a second, I'm gonna have some of my iced coffee. Granted, I need to look into it. I think there's a thing you do with face paint where you paint over it to stop it from smudging. But I need to look into that. But we are going to do something quick first. Just a little thing I wanted to go over. People might find this fun. We're going to go to this screen. But what we're going to look at here is I have a list here. Now, this is very early on. But I just wanted to mention this because some people might not know that in my off time, part of doing the, you know, these PlayStation 2 rankings, going back to these games, is, you know, I play on original hardware with, you know, component, like the best component out. We're not doing, you know, HDMI mods, anything like that, to try and replicate what the experience would have been, you know, back then, right? And part of that, well, is the accessories. The PlayStation, I feel like this is a side of gaming that has reduced over time. It maybe went up a bit again with VR, but I feel like it has it has reduced again. But I wanted to briefly mention what PlayStation 2 accessories I have, which ones I'm looking for. Also, if there are any obvious ones I'm missing, or obscure ones even, just any I'm missing that would be relevant, do hit me up. Easiest way to contact me, just at me on Blue Sky. But we're going to quickly go through these. So, I do have an iToy. I had the same one from back in the day, honestly. And that works with a ton of games. Obviously, there's the iToy Play series, and then there's a couple of others related to it. There's also a voice chat one that I'm really hoping users can get working on fan servers. I've mentioned this a few times. Last time I looked into it, there was an update from like a year or two ago where they were saying we are, you know, over 95% of the way there, but there was a update, you know, like a patch that they released that would have been saved to someone's memory card, and they need that file because that's how kind of held together online was for consoles at this time. Like the Xbox, the original Xbox, was kind of a big thing for coming with a hard drive so that online functionality, downloading games, stuff like that worked properly. The PlayStation 2, the Ethernet adapter you had to buy later. It didn't ship with the system at launch. It took like a year or so. And then you had to buy a hard drive to put into it. And even then, some games didn't use the hard drive. Funny enough, some offline games actually use the PlayStation 2 hard drive to install data to speed up load times. We don't have to deal with that because I run games off HDD anyway. But fascinating that that's a thing. But that's definitely going to come up at some point. The DVD remote. I actually have the official one. Apparently, from what I can hear, when the console launched, it didn't use an official one, but they released an official one since. It's really funny. It you could use the PlayStation 2 as a DVD player without it. Honestly, you're not missing out much functionality. It's just like the numpad, really, stuff like that. But something that's funny about the PlayStation Remote is it has PlayStation buttons on it, and as long as you're playing a game that doesn't require the DualShock 2, and that means that it doesn't require using analog inputs on the face button, the D-pad, stuff like that, and it doesn't require analog sticks, the DVD works. Granted, it has massive input delay, so it's not really usable, but at some point I should break it out. I've got to double check though, because if I could be wrong, I think the one I have might not work on the base PS2 without an adapter, but I think it works on the Slim. I'll look into that, but I do have a PlayStation 2 Slim. Multi-tap. So I do have a multi-tap, but I don't have the official one. And I would like an official one. Just for collection purposes. I have an official PlayStation 1 multi-tap, and that probably works as well. But I would really like a PlayStation 2 one. But like I said, I have the one that I had back in the day that was used for stuff like Time Splitters 2 and 3. That'd be fun. The GunCon 2, funny enough, the light gun, I got this with my PlayStation 2, funny enough. Like, the first game I got with it was Time Crisis 2. So, but I actually have two. I have a second one, and we'll get into why. That's even in box even, which is cool. But, there are multiplayer GunCon 2 stuff. But let's get into some of the obscure stuff. The iLink cable. Oh, hang on, I'll read this. This is from WrestleSim. I have a Japanese PlayStation 2 sim. I need it for my King of Colosseum red and green discs when I have to boot the latter to have the combined game. Okay, interesting. I'm curious about that. I have to see how that works. But yeah, mine is a bit funky. If you run it the right way up, when the disc spins, it makes like a grinding sound. It sounds like the disc spinner is like sunk a bit too low. So you end up having to run the system upside down. But that's, a bit awkward to put discs in upside down. Plus, any of the hard drive stuff you can't really do on that. It's nifty. But yes. So some people might not know about the iLink. So on the... I don't know how long they did this for, but for the first couple of years, on the PlayStation 2, at the front, there's like a blue square, and there are 3 ports on there. 2 of them are USB 1.0, and then there's a small one, and it's an iLink port. Now, iLink was a proprietary Sony cables type that was primarily used for digital cameras, for like transferring data. But for the PlayStation 2, it has this port because before the network adapter, there were a bunch of games that actually used it for system link. Also, I think in some regards, it's maybe faster or more reliable for a stable connection than the Ethernet port, because there are even games that came out after the Ethernet port that still used it. I actually do have an iLink cable. It's way too long for the setup I have. But there are actually quite a few games. Obviously, there's Time Crisis 2 and 3. Those are the main ones. But I think almost all the Armored Core games, if not all of them, you have iLink cable support. Also, Gran Turismo 3 has it. Not only for head-to-head player support, you can actually do multi-screen for one player on it. So if you want cockpit view, side view, and I think you can even do rear view. I think it supports either 3 or 4 screens. That's a bit more complicated. There's like a iLink splitter adapter you need to get. I believe. That's also you know, a lot of work to set up because you need, you know, you need multiple PlayStation 2s, multiple copies of the game, and, you know, obviously controllers for each system. And then obviously you need the TVs and the cables to set up those TVs and the room to set them up in the configuration. It's real funny. Now the Ethernet adapter is a big one, but yes, I do have this. Mine is specifically modded. Mine is modified. What it is that when I started getting into soft modding the PlayStation 2, I originally brought a SATA drive converter that goes on the back. If you've ever looked at a fat PlayStation 2, it has like a little cover that has like a giant bay. That's where your IDE drive would go in. But we don't really use IDE drives anymore. And you can, you know, you get way bigger drives if you use SATA. So what I was using originally was a third-party accessory that lets you plug SATA drives into it. But the problem with that is it didn't have the Ethernet ports with it. But what you can do is buy the official one, you know, the official Ethernet adapter that has the port for the IED drive. And then you buy their boards. You unscrew one board, replace this one in, and that lets you plug in SATA drives into an Ethernet adapter. And that's what I have. And that's what lets me do stuff like, for example, you can find this VOD on my YouTube channel at Johnny Baghead VODS. When I played SOCOM Combined Assault co-op online, I did that on real hardware. Because that lets me run patched ISOs, which you often have to do to get on the fan servers. Not always, but it is often the case. They need DNAS patches to get through, you know, the system check that would have originally pinned a Sony server, while also connecting online. And then that also lets you do FTP stuff for transferring data. Also, I think technically you can run games that way as well. You don't have to have them on the hard drive. You can network them in as well. It lets you do a lot of fun things. But I do have that. And then the Namco Fight Stick. So, I do have this, but I will be... this is specific. I have the PlayStation 1 Fight Stick that was released around the time of Tekken 3. But it's fully compatible on PlayStation 2. It is a nice fight stick. You know, it wouldn't be up to stuff with one that you could put, like, Sunware parts in and things like that. But it's pretty decent. If there is a notable PlayStation 2 fight stick, I might eventually get one. Say there was one for Tekken 5, which I think there was. But I'm not really in a hurry for that, because the one I have is fine. I also have a USB one, which actually does have Sunware parts in it. It's the Mad Catz Street Fighter 4 Standard Edition. Most people are familiar with the Championship Edition. I have the standard one because it's a bit smaller. It's about this size. But at some point, one of the buttons got funky, so I just replaced all the 8 buttons and the stick with Sunware parts. And it's great. Now, here's a big one that I still need to show off at some point. So there are a couple of flight sticks for the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2, when it comes to accessories, is quite a funny system because not all the, quote, official accessories were made by Sony. For example, the GunCon 2 was essentially the official light gun, but it was made by Namco. And we'll get into some others. But for the Ace Combat series, which was pretty much like the mainline flight game on PlayStation 2, Hori were the official partners, and they did 2 flight sticks. They did the Flight Stick and the Flight Stick 2. Yes, they just called that. And I actually do have the Flight Stick 2. Mine is a Japanese import, but I've confirmed it works. And as long as a game detects it, it works. Unfortunately, even though it's technically mapping all its inputs to a DualShock 2, like, even though the buttons aren't labeled, it turns out that all the buttons on there are just for the PlayStation 2 controller buttons, including the analog inputs for the face button, the shoulders, the D-pad. But because it's USB in, it does not work with every game. So a game has to have compatibility for it. Now, on emulator, and I believe, funny enough, on modern Windows, there are fan-made drivers that get it working, so you could do that there if you wanted to use it with more games. And I think with Open PS2 Loader, I think there's a USB conversion mode that might get it to work with more games, but I'd have to mess with it. I don't think I would be interested in getting the earlier Hori fight stick. The first one was released for Ace Combat 4, and then the second one was released for Ace Combat 5 and 0 onwards. It's like the era that one came out. So considering I've got the second model, like the better one, the bigger one, I think I'm good on that. The main difference I remember from pictures is the first flight stick is one whole unit, whereas the flight stick model 2, the throttle and the stick are separate. But when we do Ace Combat and maybe some other flight games, we will use that, and that's going to be fun. I'll have the desk cam set up. Now here's some big ones. This is like the first big game accessories that's kind of set me off on the path of collecting official PlayStation 2 accessories, or like officially sanctioned, I guess you could call them. But there are quite a few racing wheels for the PlayStation 2. But in terms of what are considered official, it's the Logitech ones, because the Logitech ones were made in collaboration with Polyphony. Sorry, I always say Polyphony, but it's pronounced Polyphony. But the Gran Turismo developers were the ones who were collaboratively developing the Logitech drive-in wheels, pretty much from like the PlayStation 2 to 3 era. I think they're even still slightly involved. But for example, a lot of the PlayStation 2 racing wheels just straight up have the Gran Turismo logo on them. Now, I don't have the first model. The first models are pretty cheap. The wheel is pretty much just plastic. If you look at images online, you'll see it's very blue. I have the Driving Force Pro, which is the wheel that got released to coincide with Gran Turismo 4. But the big thing with this one is racing wheels on PlayStation 2 had two steering ranges. There was 180 degrees, which is what Gran Turismo 3 used, and that was for the first early years of the PlayStation 2. So that would give you 90 degrees left, 90 degrees right. I've seen some websites online list it as 200, but as far as I can tell, it is exactly 90 degrees left and right. Maybe there's like a tiny bit of wiggle room, but for convenience, we'll say 180. And then there's the later range that Gran Turismo 4 could use, and I think that was like 280, something like that. It's probably more than that, but I believe it lets you do a whole rotation and a quarter each direction. So I think that's why it's 270, because it's I forget. I'll look it up. I have a Google Doc where I put some info out on it. But what's really nice about the Driving Force Pro is, it's a better feeling wheel than the first one they did. But it's compatible. It can run in both the 90-degree turning angle and the higher degree turning angle. And though the later wheels also support this, the Driving Force Pro actually has physical locks, whereas later wheels try to they use some sort of like magnetized system where if you like hit the range of, like, this is the 90 degrees left, you hit resistance. The problem is it's very easy to drive past that resistance, whereas the Driving Force Pro like physically locks in. It feels like it must have pegs or something that come out like this. So when you hit that 90 degrees, you're like physically hitting it. It's not the most realistic feeling racing wheel. Granted, it's from 2005, right? But the way I describe it is turning the wheel, it kind of feels like how pedals feel on exercise bikes that have electronic ones, not the manual ones, the ones that have, that can do exercise routine and can add resistance, because there's a very kind of belt-y sound you get when you steer. But I got it came up cheap. I got mine for £40. I don't know if that is still what it goes for. So I'm going to put the price estimate here at 40 to 50. It is definitely if you're looking for a wheel that has the full compatibility, also works with PlayStation 3, funny enough. But you don't want to spend a lot of money, that's the one to go for. These other controllers, I'm going to have to look into how much I paid for them. I think the Flight Stick 2 I got for around 100, but I'm going to have to check that. Now, the Logitech G25. This is a very late era wheel. In fact, it's technically built for the PlayStation 3. It was released around the time of Gran Turismo 5 Prologue. But it's basically the first edition of what their current G29 wheel is like. The main difference is that most of the buttons aren't on the front of the steering wheel. They are on the gear shift, because the gear shift is not optional with this one. So the D-pad, most of the face buttons, stuff like that, are on the gear shift. But the actual wheel does have a few buttons. It has like back pedal fins, and it has 2 buttons on the actual wheel. But this is the one that is the most realistic feeling. Obviously, their modern wheels are better, but the difference is obviously this is PlayStation 2 compatible. Specifically, I don't think there are any PlayStation 2 racing games that supported 6-way gear shifts. But so they would only support up and down shifters. And what's cool about the G25 is you can... It has a physical dial that swaps it between having, you know, the 6 position... Well, I think it's technically more than 6 because neutral. But it has the 6 positions. And it can also turn into an up-down toggle. So that's why it's good to have a PlayStation 2. Because even though it's built for more advanced systems, for example, it actually has a clutch pedal, which again, I don't think any PlayStation 2 game uses, though some PlayStation 3 ones do. But it just has very wide compatibility, and it's very realistic feeling. I managed to get mine very cheap in comparison to how much some racing wheels cost, because it didn't have a power outlet. And funny enough, I have a later Logitech wheel. That's right, Johnny Backhead has 3 racing wheels. He has a problem. But it turns out the power outlet works for it still. They all use the same plug types. So, boom. There you go. I think I got it for a... I'm going to put the rough estimate here. That I think I got it for somewhere between like 70 and 90. We're going to put 80 for now. I'll have to look into it. But if you want to... Like, I think the only other way you could use a wheel of that quality on PlayStation 2, like a newer wheel, is you might be able to do it by buying a newer wheel and buying the Rasbrook converter, which I do have, which is a converter that lets racing wheels work on multiple systems. But I don't know for sure. You can make a racing wheel that's compatible on like Xbox One or PlayStation 4, compatible on 360 and PlayStation 3, but I don't know if that means it would work on PlayStation 2. I would have to test. And I do see a comment, Jodriel, not interested in getting the DDR dance mat. So I do have some DDR dance mats, you know, specifically, you know, the ones that were, you know, the rollout ones, the ones that aren't like solid. They are kind of like plasticky and can roll up. But here's the problem. I couldn't physically do DDR anymore. Not on an actual dance mat or pad. I don't think the ones I have are official. It would maybe be interesting just to have an official one. But, you know, if you're really serious about playing Dance Dance Revolution, you get one of those arcade-style, pads that are huge, very expensive, very heavy. I wouldn't have anywhere to put it. I wouldn't use it anyway. But that's why it's not on the list. I might at some point, if there was an official one that's not too expensive, I might get it. But outside of maybe something goofy, like I would use it for a game where I could be in a chair and use it to access buttons, you know, like a second controller and do stuff, maybe. You know, people have done challenge runs where they've beaten non-DDR games with the mats. But we'll see. Okay. So these are interesting ones. So I mentioned I already have the Ace Combat flight stick. And I need to quickly look up the name of something here. Because I never remember the name of this game. So, there it is. Air Force Delta, also known as Deadly Skies in Europe. I think that's... Actually, yeah, Deadly Skies 3 in Europe. But that is a Konami developed, like, Ace Combat style game. There's a couple. There's, like, a Sega one. Funny enough, the Hori Flight Stick has a couple of Japanese games that came in it that, honestly, I just want to sell or give to someone who would use them. I'll say for it, PlayStation 2 boxes, like the game cases, feel so much nicer quality than the NTSC and the PAL ones. They're thicker, they're sturdier. They've just got a nicer feel to it. If you've never felt one before, if you're ever, you know, like at a you know, some sort of convention where someone's selling import games, have a feel what a PlayStation 2 box feels like. It made me very jealous. But what's special about the Logitech Flight Force is it is a flight stick that has force feedback. So that's the big thing with racing wheels, right? Racing wheels have vibration and force feedback. Force feedback is, if you're unaware, is a functionality in controllers. It's pretty much only in racing wheels now. It used to be far more common. Re-Res on YouTube has a video about a lot of different controller types that used to do force feedback that we don't get anymore. But force feedback is when the controller can physically move on its own to replicate in-game movement. So with a racing game, obviously it's replicating how driving on a road and different surfaces would affect the steering wheel. For example, you go off-road, it will shake about a lot. Things like that, you know? And you have to kind of fight against it. On PC, some flight games had support for it. And on PlayStation 2, there is at least one game. There might be more, I'm not sure. But there is one confirmed game that supports it, which is, as aforementioned, Air Force Delta Strike. And though it is, I believe it is compatible with the Hori Flight Stick, it is also compatible with this force feedback stick, which is the PlayStation 2 model, is called the PlayStation Flight Force. And I would like one. However, in that video I recommended, the Re-Res one, Shane found something very interesting, that around that time, there was a PC equivalent that Logitech released. Logitech did a few force feedback flight sticks, but I don't know which one specifically, but there was a model called the Logitech Wingman Strike Force 3D that turns out, despite not mentioning it, is totally PlayStation 2 compatible, and it's actually a better feeling controller. Like the force feedback, just the overall control, just everything about it it's the better controller to get. So ideally, that's the one to get. Apparently, it's also more common to find, and I could definitely say that I've had the Logitech Flight Force saved search on my eBay for a couple of years now. It has never come up. And so I'm looking for these. If you know someone who is UK based or close enough who would be willing to sell one of these controllers, I would be interested. And the reason why I mentioned that there is one confirmed game is that when it comes to some of these accessories, the documentation for what games support these actually isn't very good. There's no official list out there. There was a list on Wikipedia for racing wheels that I was actually updating, and then that got deleted because some Wikipedia mods claim that, yeah, we don't do listicles on the site, which is a lie, by the way. There are a ton of listicle pages on Wikipedia. So, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It is thankfully archived on the Everybody Wiki. But I have found games that it doesn't even mention in their manual, totally have not only racing wheel support, but force feedback support. The one I always reference, because it surprised me when I found it, The Simpsons Hit and Run has full racing wheel force feedback support on PlayStation 2. You wouldn't expect it, especially because that game has on-foot sections, which is a bit funky to do because you have to use the D-pad and the face buttons on the wheel to do it. But it works, and it's, not talked about. So, I always tell people any chance I get, and maybe I'll mess around with that on stream at some point. So, because I've seen that, and I've seen the amount, because sometimes with PlayStation 2 games, they won't list support in the manual, or if they do, it will be a throwaway line. Straight up, the Ace Combat games, the manuals, will have one line that says, oh yeah, it also works with a flight stick. And that's all it does. It doesn't tell you what the bindings are, what binding options are, any functionality, extra features. The Hori Flight Stick 2 is funny, actually. It has some, redundant parts on it that don't actually do anything, that I guess they put on there that they were going to potentially use. There's, dials. Like a paddle controller. There's a couple of dials on it. They just don't do anything. I guess they were planning to, and then just never used it. So part of me wonders if these force feedback flight sticks might actually work on other games. It's just not documented. So, and I'm the kind of idiot who would go around playing random games and plug in the stick in and see what happens. Now, here's the reason I wanted to update people on this list. Beatmania, I don't know how you pronounce this. IIDX. I think there's a separate name for it, but Beatmania, it's basically the second era of Beatmania when they went from 5 keys to 7 keys. So, Beatmania only had one release outside Japan for PlayStation 2. It had a North American game, and then a bunch of games on PlayStation 2 in Japan. I actually have one. I actually have the 11th one on disc that I've never touched because I can technically use it. I'd have to get some FreeMac boot thing to let me do it. It's just for a very long time I never had a way to use it. But I've always wanted a decent PlayStation 2 Beatmania controller, and at some point in the past couple of years, I found out that in Japan, Konami officially revealed. No, not revealed, sorry, but officially sold. So there's two models they would do. They would do a smaller home controller. It's about the size of a keyboard, and it would have the 7 buttons, and then it would have the disc for the scratching, but the disc would only be about this size. And those controllers I heard are fine, if you're starting out, if you're a beginner, but long term you wouldn't want to use them. Whereas then they have the arcade style controller, which is the one they released that was built to replicate what the arcade machines used. And I wanted to get one, mainly because there are people who because there is still a very big B-Mani scene who will play on PlayStation 2 still. So you can get fan-made Beatmania IIDX controllers that work on PlayStation 2. The problem is there doesn't seem to be many sellers that, or companies that make them that are UK based or shipped to the UK. And the problem is when you start getting to ship it to the UK, especially those controllers that are really heavy, that starts to incur a very big price increase. So I decided, it would mainly be for this. If I really wanted to, I would put it as a throne goal to get one of the better aftermarket ones. But I really wanted to get the official Konami one and see. At the very least, it would be really cool if it does work with the American Beatmania game, and I'm getting the feeling it will work because I think the system just detects it as a PlayStation 2 controller. It doesn't realize it's its own separate thing. We'll see. If not, there'll be probably other ways I could get it to work. But at the very least, it'll work with the Japanese games. But I actually found one at a somewhat decent price, so it is coming in the mail. Funny enough, it was supposed to take way longer. It's actually already in the country. I only ordered it a couple of days ago. So I'm gonna have it as soon as like next week. Though I probably have to pay import charges because once Brexit happened, like that stuff shot through the roof. It's fucking stupid. Now I will say these can be quite expensive. It really depends on the quality. But in my experience, this is the price range. If you're really lucky, and this might not be the case anymore because of how prices have changed. At one point, you could get them for around £100. Now, you're probably playing closer to 150. I don't remember exactly how much I paid for the one I've got coming, but it's about that price range. And it seems to be in decent quality. But I'll know more when it comes. And what I'm specifically interested in is that Beatmania game that did release in America for PlayStation 2. For some reason, there is one entry on How Long to Beat that has that game listed as 50 hours long. But there's no information on what beating that game is, and I really want to know. I actually really got into Beatmania IIDX style in the 2010s. I don't remember the exact name of it. Oh, wait, no, I do. B-Patchy Music. B-Patchy Music was a fan-made clone on PC that could run Beatmania charts. Basically, if you know Clone Hero and Yarg for Guitar Hero Rock Band, or Osu for Elite Beat Agents, and the DS Osu games, it's basically that, but for Beatmania. And I really got into it in the mid-2000s. However, I never had the proper controller. Honestly, I kind of regret it because I think they were way more affordable back then than they are now to get those aftermarket ones that work on PlayStation 2. But I just played on keyboard, which is a bit clunky because the keys are obviously very close together on the keyboard, and they're not quite spaced in the same like piano arrangement. If you look at a keyboard, obviously you notice that the keys are not exactly diamond like that. I guess if you use the bottom row, they are. But, your fingers are very close together, so doing some patterns are really hard. I will say I was not amazing at it. I could do kind of the middle difficulty, but at higher levels, Beatmania gets into polyrhythms. And a polyrhythm is when your left and right hand are doing different rhythms. And what that often means in Beatmania is you're usually doing like a drum beat with like on the left side. So you're doing like kick, snare, while you're doing the melody on the right. And that is way harder than it sounds. And it probably sounds hard already. Like, it's more than just someone who can play drums and do vocals at the same time. We're talking like clowncore shit of someone doing multiple instrument stuff because you're going like while doing a melody. And also, every so often, you've got to do the scratches as well. But it'll be fun, especially for the ranking stuff. And yeah, Jovial in chat mentions, in contrast to have all these peripherals for the PlayStation 2, and now Sony doesn't even want physical games. Yeah. Fucking assholes. Does it help as well that their evidence they're using for it is their sales data showing, we sell more digital games than physical. But they don't tell you that they're counting games that don't have physical releases, which obviously skews the numbers, because there are a lot of smaller scale games that do not get physical releases. So of course those numbers are going to be different. Fucking Fortnite, doesn't really have physical editions. I think you can technically get physical editions that come with, V-Bucks or something. But that's a good example. Like, there are a lot of games that are smaller downloadable games at $10-20 ish price range, and they bun those sales in with the physical ones. So though they show like a 10-20% market share, which is still a sizable market share, it's smaller than it used to be. I have seen a separate chart, Jodreel, where they do separate DLC and microtransactions. So it depends what numbers you're looking at. But even the one where they do separate it, it's still misrepresenting the issue. It's still showing that their narrative that, oh, people just don't buy physical anymore, it's not worth the investment, is not true. Again, also really interesting because other media physical markets are making a resurgence. So, but yeah, like in terms of accessories, PlayStation 3, I feel like was the last era where Sony was still a bit goofy with it. Because you had the, there was a PlayStation, I forget the name of it, but I have it because it worked. I think there might have been multiple PlayStation 3 cameras. But I could be wrong. But I think the one they released, it obviously it works with the PlayStation Move stuff, which obviously that's some of their goofy stuff. But it actually released earlier because it worked with that ARG card deck builder game. I forget the name of it. Eye of something it's called. Yeah, the PlayStation Eye. That's what the PS3 camera is called. But you had that. You had the GunCon 3. And then you had the Move. And some of the Move accessories are goofy. Like the sharpshooter controller. I have a video on my VOD channel that gets like a couple dozen views like every month, I guess. Even though it's like from my scuff era, so it looks like shit. But people keep watching that video. But you can see it there, and I've got some more recent videos where I've brought it up, but it'll come on stream again once I get my PlayStation 3s fixed. And some other accessories. But yeah, PlayStation 4, it was pretty much just like racing wheels, flight sticks, and VR stuff. And that's kind of all it is now. Which is fine. Okay, the trans vibrator. I did briefly look into this. This is a small, like this size, USB device for res. You plug it into the PlayStation 2, and it does additional rumble for res. I believe it is more advanced rumble technology than the DualShock 2. And it comes in a little, like, silk bag. They are quite expensive for how little functionality this has. Obviously, there are going to be many jokes about it being a vibrator. Even the developers themselves, I forget his name, it's like Taz Michinoku, something like that. That's wrong, but it's something like that. He even mentioned that, yeah, it kind of looks like a sex toy, and some people might use it that way. It would be really funny to have that for res. But it seems like it might have been Japanese only, or that's the only ones I found when I searched eBay, and they're very expensive. So maybe one day, just so I can point at it and say, look at this fucking thing I have. Funny enough, if you play Res Infinite on PlayStation 4, and I think it'll do this on PlayStation 5, you can replicate it by just adding the rumble to extra controllers. You can like sync like 4 controllers and have them all do additional rumble. It's kind of fascinating. All right, the Logitech headset is the one I have. This is the one they released for SOCOM, and I used for Lifeline, which I believe the one that Lifeline released in Japan is kind of a similar visual quality. Funny enough, it's not as bad visual quality as you'd expect for a microphone from that age. It works on PC. You plug in the PC and it just like the earpiece and the microphone just work. You don't even need drivers. Obviously, it's not good quality, but it's surprisingly decent. And the only thing is, I don't have the like ear cover, but that's a very minor issue. I could probably just find an aftermarket foam thing to put over it. But I have messed with it on real hardware. When we did SOCOM Combined Assault, I did briefly turn on the voice chat just to troll and do my like 10-year-old kid playing Counter-Strike voice. Apparently, it is supposed to work with Champions and Norath, but I think the way it works is that you can only hear the voice chat if you have a headset, earpiece plugged in. So the audio won't play through the TV, it will only play through the headset. It also works with a couple other games, like in Manhunt, if you plug it in, the earpiece dialogue will just come through this instead of the game. And some other games have voice functionality. But there's a couple of different USB microphones that will work on PlayStation 2. The Guitar Hero 2 Gibson SG. Yes, I have one. Which is good. Because, obviously, Guitar Hero 1 and 2, you need the PlayStation 2 era controller. With some of the later Guitar Hero controllers, you can actually use USB later models. Straight up, I have all my Guitar Hero controllers from 3 onwards. I actually have the full set. They're all Wii ones, because Wii ones are cheaper to get. And I have a converter. It's the Retro Cult Mods V3 Wii adapter. That is USB in, and it just works with all, Guitar Hero World Tour onwards. And a couple of other games. But I do have one of the PlayStation 2 ones as well. So if we ever look at some PlayStation 2 rhythm games, and we will, guitar ones, we will. The official vertical stand. This might seem like a silly one to put on here, but it actually has a model number. And I do not have it. I probably should get one. There are also apparently horizontal stands, but I don't know if they're official. But I might get the vertical stand at some point, just because it's funny to have. And then this one is technically a PlayStation 1 accessory, but it does actually work on some PlayStation 2 games. The Namco Jog-Con is basically a precursor to force feedback racing wheels. It was released on the PlayStation 1 for Ridge Racer Type 4. And it is a PlayStation 1 controller that in the middle has a disc, like a dial controller, that has force feedback in it. It doesn't have rumble, but it does have force feedback, so it will move. And the idea is that you use your thumbs like this, like you're doing a steering wheel, but just with your thumbs. And it actually works with Ridge Racer 5. I don't know if it works with any other games. There's a chance that it might work as a paddle controller in some Taito collections. I have to do some research. But I do have one. So, when we do Ridge Racer 5, and I think I'm actually going to do Ridge Racer 5 soon, because I'm kind of in the mood to do a lot of PlayStation 2 launch titles, and that's one of them. So I might show that off. I don't know if I'll play the whole game with the Jog-Con, because it is a bit weird, and Ridge Racer is a very arcadey game. But I do have it. Now, I will put some more info in this list. Some price estimates. I'll mention some compatible games. Yeah, I'll quickly put Ridge Racer 5 in there. And I'll update to this list. But if there are any other accessories that people can think of I'm missing, that would be worth getting. There is the other Konami Bimami stuff to consider. There's the Drum Mania controller, which I hear sucks. Punchy has a really good video on the Guitar Freak and Drum Mania games. And yeah, it's a very cheap, like, flat electric drum kit. Apparently the foot pedal is especially really bad, but funny enough, you can get a Rock Band pedal. It uses the same plug type, and it just works. If I was to ever mess with Drum Mania, I would probably I would either get a better E-kit, or I'm waiting for Cracked to release their drum kit with the 3 cymbals, and I would get the Retro Cult Mods MIDI adapter. They have adapter for drums. I would just get that, because I believe that way you could use it on PlayStation 2. And then there's also the Guitar Freak games. And that I need to look into. But from what I understand, again, that guitar controller feels pretty similar to the PlayStation 2 Guitar Hero controller. Funny enough, for legal reasons, Konami actually, it's hard to see, but Konami actually did have a copyright on all the Guitar Hero games. It's kind of buried in the credits, but because they technically own patents on it, on that controller style, they're actually in the credits for the license. Apparently, the PlayStation 2 Guitar Freak controller feels very spongy, the buttons. But again, if I was to look into those, I think there's ways I could just use better Guitar Hero controllers on those games. So that's what I would probably do. There are some other oddball ones I didn't mention. Like I said, I do have some dance mats. The really funky thing I have, and I don't remember the exact name of it, but I have a skateboard controller. It's about this big. Hang on, let me get on camera. About this big. You stand on it. You can lean left and right to steer. It has analog steering. It also has a button on the front and the back of the board, you know, where you would put your feet to do like ollies and nollies. And then the additional is you plug a PlayStation controller into it, and that's how you do extra buttons. It's obviously not an official peripheral, and I've messed around with it, specifically the Tony Hawk games. It is horrendous to try and play Tony Hawk with that controller. Works okay for snowboarding games. The reason I got it is at some point I want to mess around with Skate King and some of the other arcade-only skateboarding, snowboarding games that had the physical board you would stand on. It kind of replicates that. I do need to slim down a bit because I think it's not really built for the current weight I'm at. I need to slim down in general. But that's an unofficial one. I might add it to the list at some point, and I'll link this document somewhere. I might even add it as a tab to the tier list, just because it kind of ties into those playthroughs. And like I said, I do have some dance mats. I just haven't messed with them to see if they work. They're passed downs from my older sister. But that being said, like I said, I just wanted to get through that, talk about it, build some hype. I do need to get some really good pictures of the Hori Flight Stick 2 that I have, that I can put on Blue Sky and stuff. So maybe when the Beatmania controller comes, I'll do that as well. But let's get into Jak and Daxter, shall we? It's been an hour. So yeah, last we left off, I'm actually not entirely sure what we have to do. I actually don't remember shit. Okay. There's still some stuff to do at Sentinel Beach. And yeah, there's the give orbs to the Oracle, which I might do in a second. Oh, I remember. Fire Canyon is open. But here we go. We're back in. As always, again, I'm on the real hardware. Here's my controller. As I mentioned, this is component out. So this is... It's not exactly 480i, but it's close to. I think it's technically like 448 upscaled to 480. But this is... And I'm going through the retro thing. This is about as nice as you can get an original PlayStation 2 looking. Joe asking, how's this game by far? I know all I know is it gets edgy later. Yeah, no, this is great. It's very different from what I understand the later series. Like, this is closer to Banjo-Kazooie, I would say. It's like Banjo-Kazooie a la way of like a combination of Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Probably closer to Spyro as a collectathon. One thing I didn't realize last time, by the way, is there is a first-person view. Okay, so the Oracle guy is in this village. But this is a amazing technical showcase for this early on in the PlayStation 2. It runs at 60 frames per second, 95% of the time, we only found a tiny bit of parts in the first part where the frame rate would drop.
Hurry up with those power cells. I'm waiting at the head of Fire Canyon, at the top of the cliff behind the farmer's house.
There's no loading screens. It's all seamless. They definitely cheat it in some places. It's a really good looking game as well. It's got dynamic music, a really interesting sound. It is just a super cool game all around. It's funny actually, when I was looking for the image to promote the stream, you might notice a trend with the images I pick. They tend to be kind of stupid. But one of them was a YouTube thumbnail. And the text on it just said, Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy. Flawed, but still good. I was like, what? What's flawed about this game? I really struggled with it. I was like, I don't think there's that much I would say was flawed about this game. Like, the only issue I would maybe say is I wish there was a map. Because I'm quite directionally challenged. The manual does have a fold out map, but it's not it's not good for navigation. It's not like the Gran Turismo 3 maps or anything. Oh. I will say the double jump is a bit weird. You can't mash it. It's very it's got time. It's like rhythm based. The best thing to kind of do is you have to do it later than you would expect, but if you do it too late, it just doesn't work. And there is a long jump, but the long jump you like roll and then into the jump, so you need quite a bit of a run up. There we go. I should have just been long jumping. Ah. Oh well. Speaking of that disc swap stuff, I will say that is maybe the one issue with using Open PS2 Loader, is any of the games that had disc swap functionality. I don't know if there's a way to do it on Open PS2 Loader. I have to look into it. So the obvious ones would be... I'm trying to think actually, because there actually aren't that many multi-disc games on PlayStation 2 where you have to swap mid-gameplay. But there would be the Dynasty Warrior games. But I think you might be able to just save transfer. You might not need to do it by discs.
For your gift, another power cell is yours.
Oh, thank you very much for the power cell.
There we go. Now, I can't quite afford his second one, because his second one costs 120. But hey, we've got that. Oh yeah, wow, that's a very cool obscure Paul Joe drill. Sounds like the rogue guy from Harvester. Yeah, that's a voice you hear people do every so often. The most famous one is Claw from Inspector Gadget. Claw spoke like that.
Gadget.
It's a very simple voice to do. It's very painful, unless I think you do it properly. I talked about this last stream. Basically, you talk via clearing your throat, which sounds gross, but you basically you go that like that. You learn how to do voice and tone through that. It lets me also do the Thwomp from Super Mario 64, the one that goes. But you basically are just clearing your throat through speech, and then it comes out as
speaking like this.
I think mine sounds a bit high-pitched to do the like.
Really damn.
It also doesn't come through mics very well, from what I remember. But yeah, it makes my throat a bit. It's the only way I can describe it. There's probably a better way to do it that doesn't tear up your throat, but I don't know how to do it. I do want to get a bit better at doing those kind of voices. I know the basis of getting into like death metal vocal screaming stuff is apparently you start by sighing, like you go and that's the basis for that voice. You don't like constrict your throat or anything like that. It's like that's the start of it, but I need to look into it more. Okay. Okay, so there's quite a lot to do here still. I will say one thing about this game is there's no you don't really unlock moves as you progress like a Banjo-Kazooie. So you'll never really get into areas where you don't have inputs, like moves that you need to get stuff. There's not much, but there is an egg that I'm missing. I don't know how to get there. Okay, yeah, this is one of the areas where you do see some of the frame drops, and you also see resolution. What they do is when the frame rate gets bad, I think they drop the vertical resolution. But yeah, Jojo, I see asking, so the gameplay remains the same through more or less. That's what I've been told. It is good you have this though. It's not great that it's inverted, but at least it's there, because there was some stuff that I was struggling to see because this game doesn't have a third person look up and down. It's just a zoom in, zoom out. Oh, come on, camera. If I was to say this game had any issues, there's some minor stuff with the camera. It sometimes gets stuck on obstacles, and also it's inverted. But that's a curse that a lot of PlayStation 2 games have, when developers thought that people would control a camera.
Hey, there's little lightning marks on those posts.
Nope.
And there's lightning coming out of that vent over there.
Lightning?
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
But people thought that the way players would control a camera is they would think in terms of, I'm moving the camera right, I'm rotating camera left, and not based on the way you want to look.
We need to get to the top of that tower.
Nope. Yep. Yeah, Yeah, the gameplay that does change with this is less based on finding new moves. It's just the area you're in will have different fins. For example, like when we got to this area, one of these areas, we started getting a red version of that. That gave you, like, more stronger attacks. Down we go. Huh, where's this? Let's see. Find the blue vent switch. Defeat the dark echo plant. Open the locked temple door. And yeah. Oh. From what Sandra from the Bad Game Hall of Fame Discord told me, who's a big fan of this game, she said that you don't need everything to get the true ending. At least I don't think you need all the eggs. Hell yeah!
Wow, did you see that? Blue eco vents have been activated all over the world. I knew there was a way to turn them on. There must be places to turn on the other eco vents as well.
There we go. So yeah, you don't get new movesets, but you get stuff like that. And that's, I guess, the closest to, like, long-term progression. Ah! Nope, nope, not that way. Oh, hello. Oh. Oh, no.
Well, better you than me.
Okay. At least that checkpoint is very nearby. Oh, they just... Oh, no. Okay, that's annoying. They just take the juice away from you once you get in range. Okay. Oh. Ah, fuck. That's on me. That was user error for sure. There we go. Oh! Special game over animation. Okay, well, we definitely need to do that fight with bare health. I do wish you could get health upgrades. So maybe like the one thing But I guess on the plus side, it means that, like, you know, the game is beatable without it. You know, it's not like, oh yeah, they design these later encounters for you having more health. Okay, is it going to be rule free? Miyamoto's rule free? Yeah, Miyamoto. Oh, frame rate. The frame rate died for a little bit there. It's not too, like, it's hard to moan about those sections. It's so rare. It is funny, though, that when the frame rate drops like that, they also drop the resolution. Oh, there we go. Jodriel's saying, what's more essential when making a video game? Rule of 3 or sewer level? Well, if you want to make a video game fun, it's rule of 3. If you want to be a real video game, it's to have a sewer level. I haven't found a sewer level in this game yet. We'll see. They did do that in Crash Bandicoot games. So yeah, open the locked temple door. Find scout flies. Only need one more. I've got to get over there at some point. Yeah, we'll do a bit more in this area, and then we'll head to the fire area. I've definitely got to get back to the beach area at some point, because I understand the moveset better now. Ah, I keep thinking that blue... Maybe that's the wrong way to go anyway. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, I keep thinking that blue mode gives you invincibility. It doesn't really. It kind, like, in some situations it can, but it doesn't universally. Nope. Yeah, so there's that door there. I think that I already did. It's good to stock up on these because it's a free heal. Okay, so I need to find one of those blue surgy spots. Oh yeah, you hear the little joke when you die. There's a lot. They do repeat sometimes. Shit, where is the nearest surge place? I guess it's this way. Okay, yeah, it's there. Oh, I see. Do that. But it's funny, because it does feel like a lesson learned from Banjo-Kazooie. By the way, yeah, I didn't realize this, but you can dive underwater. I don't know how much you actually use it, but get the eggs at least. There we go. Oh, Daxter. Don't worry, buddy. We'll definitely turn you humanoid again. I just got to find the last scout fly. But yeah, if I... Here's the manual. It's weird. It's not a book. It's a fold-out. But this is what the map looks like. So... Hang on, let me... There we go. So it doesn't really have detail on it. It's more of a lore-based map. Sorry, it's very glary because of my written lights. So I can't really use it for navigation. Oh, hang on, I folded it wrong. It's always the thing with these kind of things. They fold in a very specific way. There we go. But this is important. A lot of the moves and inputs are in there. It's a fun thing though. You know, it's the kind of thing you would poster. What I should actually do is see if I can find a scan and put that as my poster back there. This totally real poster. What do you think of my totally real room, by the way? Yeah, I'll let you see it. Look at my this room. It's totally real. Look at it. That's the PC. Don't mind it's off. It's totally back there. That's there. It's right there. I do need to update this at one point. A friend of mine made this for me. One of my main helper, Clarice. But we do need to update this. Basically, ideally, my room would look like the room from Serial Experiments Lane. However, I don't own the rights to Serial Experiments Lane, and there is a fan-made, like, desktop background that I could have used, but obviously it's made by someone and I wouldn't have permission. So at some point, we want to make something like that. You can see there's a summer... Oh, the illusion. You know, I've got some consoles back there. We've got the old bags on the shelf. Those are my oldest bags. The one on the right is my original bag head. It's the one I made, like, fucking, like, 2008, 2009 or something. The one with the grills. And then that's the second one I made is on the left there. But at some point, my other bags are gonna... They'll be on shelves in the back. But we will update that background at some point. Okay. Well, I would like to know... Yeah. The clip thing I use, I have it set going back a certain amount of years. I don't think it goes through all of my history. I would have to do the maths. Because it's like a web tool you use. And you have to put it in by days. So I have it set to like 1,000 days. But my earliest clips are from the Scuff era, I call it. That's my name for that era when I used to stream with that bag. Where I was streaming from a MacBook Pro, sitting in my bed. That used to be in this corner of the room that I'm in. It's not an era I recommend anyone go back and watch. If you wanna see it, go to my main channel. You know, I'll just link the video. Hang on. If you ever want to experience the Scuff era, I have a highlight video that I recommend. Because I was working, you know, I didn't know what I was doing. I was working with, even though it was a MacBook Pro and it had slightly higher specs. Oh god, I still haven't been up there. That's where I need to get. Okay. I was using very random like hardware capture cards, whatever I had I could use. I don't even remember why I brought it. I already had a Blackmagic capture card that worked for MacBook, and I don't remember why I brought it. That's what I was using for a long time, and then it broke. And Blackmagic were like, oh yeah, this is an old card, so we won't do anything about it being broken. Even though they were like, oh yeah, we haven't supported it in blah 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 years. And it's like, well, I got a patch for it recently. What's the current era called? It doesn't really have a name. The highlight video, I just called it 23 to 24. Okay. How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, I see. Aha, sneaky. Oh! Oh, that's very sneaky. Okay. Basically, it's the... If we're using, like, version numbers, it's the 1.0 era. Like, the Scuff era is like the... Is like the pre-alpha. And then the main bag, that's 1.0. And whenever that bag gets finished, like when I do the rebuild, that'll be like the 2.0 version. Alright, well, we're done here. Oh, right, this game does have full damage. I always forget that. I mainly just refer to that as the Scuff era because that's the era of clips where it's just, hey, the quality is going to be bad. Like, for the first couple of months, I wasn't even streaming in 720p. I was streaming in... I don't think it was 480. I think I was streaming in 576p. The problem is that Twitch supports that output resolution. YouTube doesn't. So all my VODs from that era, even though I upload them in 576p, they're all in 480. I did eventually, with some wiggle room and understanding how to get the hardware to work, I did manage to get to 720, but I think it was causing my MacBook Pro to age faster because I was making it output something it should not have been doing. Like, I had to be very careful with OBS. I couldn't have too many scenes in a collection or it would cause issues. So it took, like, when I got into streaming from this proper PC, it took some adjustment period because I was very used to having to swap scenes to go between, like, okay, this is my scene that's specifically for capturing the PlayStation 2, and this is my scene for playing a HDMI game and shit like that. Because if I had too many scenes, it would just freak out. Straight up, at some point, I might have to replay some of the games we did in that era. Like Silent Hill. Well, Silent Hill 2 I did replay. We did the Rebirth run. I don't know if I would do hard mode again, though. Okay. The behind the scenes part of streaming sounds pretty complicated. It can be. It depends. Obviously, if you're streaming from... you know, if you're doing what I do, working with real hardware, yes. That gets complicated. But... You know, if you're just playing something on an emulator or on Steam or whatever, that's a bit less to work with. The main issue is just I was using a very old computer that I shouldn't have been using. And I'm back at that. At the time, OBS Mac couldn't do desktop audio capture
You have
as well.
proven yourself worthy. Here is a power cell.
But honestly, as much as people will moan about OBS at times, it is so much easier to use than what people would have to have used like 10 plus years ago. If you were streaming in the early 2010s, where XSplit was the only real option, and you had to pay like an expensive license to use it. Okay, I don't want to go this way. I need to remember how to get to the fire area now. I don't know if it is, but it feels faster to travel like this. I think it is a little faster. But yeah, it's because I use real hardware. That's where it gets complicated. Right? Because, you know, even if you're capturing modern stuff, for example, PlayStation, there's if you're using HDMI, there's the thing called HDCP, HD copy protection, and it's supposed to stop you from capturing, you know, like Blu-rays, Netflix, other kind of streaming services like that, right? Actually, is it this way? No. Maybe that's the one flaw I would say this game has, is I wish it had a map. Because the world is big enough where it would help. Get the power cell from the Pelican. I still need to do that. And there's one more objective I haven't found yet. There's the Pelican, by the way. He's over there. But, unfortunately, for some reason, it doesn't seem to happen with other consoles, but with PlayStation 3, 4, even the PlayStation TV, and I believe this is the case for PlayStation 5 as well. For most capture cards, the HDCP mode, you can disable it in one of the options. Doesn't work.
Dive for those orbs, Jak! Dive!
Oh, I thought he was doing like big badonkers sound. No, he was doing submarine. Yeah, no, the physical map doesn't really have landmarks on it. It at most, it will help you find maybe like the entrances to areas. Oh, of course.
Quick! We have to get to the power cell before the Pelican scoops it up again!
Also, I've got to get the blue sparkle over there at some point. Hey! Ding. There we go. Not that the blue sparkle stuff is super required. But I'm betting there's something good for doing it. I imagine it's probably a good idea just to have a bunch of the eggs collected up, so when I do have objectives that require them, I'm already set. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is new. Oh, right. These only blow up if the cannon shoots me. But I think I'm going to go over to the cannon. There we go. Look at that. Hell yeah. And that's my favorite animation. The alley-hoop. So yeah, so I think... Yeah, here we go. That might be it. Yeah. Oh, I have to be careful. There's some sharks in the water. This at least puts me at ease of mind. It lets me know, okay, I've cleared these areas out. There we go. And now I have to remember where that fireplace is. That's good though. Look, literally everywhere that I've been now is complete. The only thing I'm missing is like, look, 6 eggs in the geyser rock. And some other eggs. But again, from what I understand, those are not required. Which is fine by me. You know what I'm gonna do? Because it'll be easier if it's on my screen. Jak and Daxter Precursor Legacy map. Let me look at this map. Oh, that's not even a full map. That's just one area. Okay. No, actually, those don't help. Okay, let me... Wow, finding a scan of the map that's, like, clean? Kind of hard. Oh, okay, we won't use that. Does this IGN guide have a good map? No. I do have this stupid image, which is all the trilogy put into one map, but that doesn't really help me. So, I can't use that. Oh, of course, that is a Imgur hosted whip image, so I cannot look at it. Has no one made, like, a good map of this game? That's interesting to know that the trilogy, people have figured out how the maps connect. Okay, I'm gonna give up on this for now. If anyone knows... there are a couple of okay scans of the map. Not necessarily exactly the manual, but like the same art that the manual uses. Okay, looking at what I looked at... Maybe I will just unfurl the actual map. That was honestly more useful. Yeah, let me do that quick. And try and remember the fold out order. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Okay. So from Sandover Village... Okay, I see it. That should help actually. Okay. This reminds me, it's a silly little thing. Okay. Let me orientate myself so I'm looking the same way. Oh, I think I'm dumb. Okay, hang on.
Yeah, gotta bring in the crops from the jewel basket.
I think it's just up here. That's what I get for not playing the game for a while. That's why I wanted to stream today. Once I realized I had the time, I was like, we need to get back at this game or I'm going to forget everything.
Great! You have the 20 cells needed to power my heat shield. Now be careful. The shield will only protect your zoomer till it reaches 500 degrees, so try to keep her cool. Flying over open lava will definitely heat you up fast. Hit 500 degrees and it's over.
Over? Like burning molten metal over?
Oh god, look at Jack's
The
feet. That's
fire's gonna
freaky.
get pretty hot.
His toes are
Watch out
massive.
for jumps to keep you off the hot ground. I've also released several blue cooling balloons you can use to drop the shield's temperature quickly. Oh, and when you get across, don't forget to activate the teleport gate in the Blue Sage's lab. Then we'll be able to teleport over and meet you. Good luck!
Alright. So funny enough, looking at this map, I think we still have quite a lot of the game to go looking at this map. Because most of this area... Hang on, let me get my OBS up so I know what I'm showing. Most of the area from... Oh, but this is hard to do. It's also got... I've got a fan on. From, like, here upwards, we haven't been to. This is going to take us to somewhere called Rock Village. Honestly, it's probably good.
Hit those balloons to cool off. There's scout flies out here too. Right on the raised precursor stuff to keep us cool. See if we can catch air off those lurkers.
Oh. Okay. Okay, there is a jump. I forgot what the input was. Oh.
Use the up turn to steer harder.
Ooh. Okay, so I'm oh. I was trying to focus. Okay, good. Yeah, the music is pretty chill here. I'm fine with it though, because this game has like a one, you know, continuous soundtrack song feel is what they're going for with this. And I'd rather them not compromise on that, you know. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm probably screwed now. Okay, no, we're still in it. Hey! I'm a bit worried. I might double back on myself there.
Wahoo! We made it!
Here we are. Rock Village. Yeah, we get to have a good look. Right, there are fast travel portals in this.
Whoa! I don't think I'll ever get used to that teleporter tingling sensation. Hey! It looks like the Blue Sage threw a party.
Oh my! Rock Village is on fire!
One heck of a party.
No, I mean Rock Village is being bombarded with flaming boulders. Oh, and it looks like the Blue Sage is working.
This is
on
like
a
the
levitation
most
machine to
squeaky,
move them. Assuming it's operational,
raspiest
we're gonna
Cree
need
Summer
power
has
cells to
ever
fuel it.
sounded.
I guess you two are going to have to find some more.
Ooh,
We'd better take a
my
look
knee.
at his notes. Jack, go check on the villagers. Then come back and give us an update. And take the furball with you.
Well, yeah, sure. I'll just, after all that, we'd leave Daxter behind, sure. There we go. We're probably going. Yep. Aha! I had a feeling. They would hide something.
Until we find out why the Blue Sage disappeared, you're going to need to collect 45 power cells to fuel his machine. Go get them.
45. Oh, that's quite a lot, actually. Okay. Considering that I've picked up every power cell possible so far.
Rocks have feelings too. You two look like a couple of capable fellows. I've got a research project going, and maybe you could help me out.
Hey, we're the ones on a big quest here. We ask you for help.
Well, perhaps we can help each other. I've been studying the burrowing
Also,
habits of
Daxter,
lovely
no.
moles in the Precursor
Getting side
Legacy
quests
next
is
to
all
our
about.
village for years.
It's all what big adventures
Now
are
those
about.
awful lurkers have scared the moles to the surface. And since they're blind as bats, they can't find their way back underground. If you could herd them back into their burrowing tunnels, you might just save their lives. I've got a power cell that says you can do it.
Yeah, lightning moles. We care. Maybe for 2 power cells.
Nice try. But I would be willing to part with another power cell if you two find me 90 precursor orbs for my research equipment. Fair enough?
Like the idea
Orbs.
this lady saw
Here's a power
Daxter.
cell we
I was
agreed
like, yeah, you look capable. Okay. Oh, hello.
Beware of the dark light, for it has twisted the fate of one of you. Bring me 120 precursor orbs for each power cell I contain.
Okay, how many eggs do I have? Oh, dear. I need to get way more. Let's see. Whoops. Will this last? No. Okay. Well, Daxter is mostly naked right now. I know he gets pants later on. Oh, I've been waiting for this guy.
My aching head.
I thought that's one of your vital organs. Walk it off, tough guy.
Oh, sure, I was tough once. Maybe even the toughest of them all. I single-handedly defended this village from those horrid creatures for almost a year. Then that horrible monster arrived and commenced the boulder bombardment. So, full of valor, armor shining in the sun, I climbed the hill to take him on. But he pounded me like one tenderizes a yakao steak.
Have you tried attacking him with your melodrama? 'Cause it's killing me.
After my last stunning failure, he sealed the passageway to his roost with a 30-ton bull, leaving no way for anyone to challenge him again. So, our sage, a master of blue eco and a mechanical genius, devised a machine capable of lifting the boulder out of the way. But alas, he disappeared before we had a chance to turn it on. And he took all of his power cells with him. At least I was able to pull enough pontoons out of our bridge to prevent that monster from coming down here to do me harm.
Yeah, good job, tough guy. But we're gonna need you to put him back and stuff.
Oh, sure, and seal my doom? All right, fine. Bring me 90 precursor orbs and I'll let the pontoons loose. But I'm not going to fight that monster again.
Alright. Joe's saying, yeah, very expressive animations on the characters. Yeah, no, it's really good hand animation. And, you know, they've gone for a very specific art style that lets them keep the frame rate this good. And they really make the most of it. Time Splitters also used to, you know, its art style was also born from that, you know, that technical limitation. Something to be said about hand animation sometimes.
Oh no, not another hero. I lost my shorts on this so-called hero's big fight against the monster up there. Trust me, the smart money's on the monster. That wager pretty much tapped me out. So, I got a proposal. Bring me 90 orbs to get me back on my feet and out of this barrel, and I'll give you a power cell in return. And if you're game, I do have one more bet online.
Return.
A big comeback. Beat the record time racing Dead Man's Gorge in the Precursor Basin, and I'll get a pretty payoff. For that, I'll give you another power cell.
Fair enough. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of eggs. 90, 180, 180 plus 240 is 620, I think that is. Okay, so we're not going that way yet.
Oh, it was a sure thing.
Like, you know, great example of that, obviously, is, I'm going to talk about it. The stuff Glitch Productions is doing. Obviously, they just wrapped up the Animation Digital Circus. But, getting into that show actually made me check out some of their other stuff. I know not all the series, you know, is for everyone. I really like some of their other potential series they've got going. They're very different, which I like. It's just, I think I believe so much in their vision of what they're doing, of kind of, I'm trying to think what the right word for it is. But like, you know, it's more of a collective production. You know, they're not beholden to executives and investors. The producers, the showrunners, you know, the showrunners are the ones in charge. You know, they get final say. You know, it's their creative vision at the end of the day. yeah, like, you know, cooperative, but, you know, it's like, it's self-owned, you know, like, it's a very cheesy way to do it, but they own the means of production, essentially. And in a scene that before you very much could not do, like, from my understanding is they pretty much fund everything through their merch store. And they've gotten big enough now that they, you know, they sell merch outside of their online store. Like, no joke, you could go to Hot Topic and buy Glitch Productions stuff. But just the fact of finding these online creators, you know, who have had history making independent animations, you know, little ones here and there, and giving them the opportunity to make full productions. And, you know, like, for example, it's, you know, with COVID, right, a lot of businesses moved over to remote working, and then for no good reason, despite the fact that it was saving companies money and it was improving morale, they forced a bunch of people back into working in an office, even though it costs more for the business, it costs more for the workers, and it's not great for... It seemed to be better for, like, people were more productive without it. But it sounds like a lot of...
Oh, it was a sure thing.
Sure thing. That guy's voice. Okay. I think I need to go back. Oh, hello. And
now I can get back to my research.
Like, the best example I can give is you can tell the Amazing Digital Circus if it was being picked up. Say the people who were producing the show with Netflix, for example. That would not have been 9 episodes. That would have been 2 to 3 seasons, and it probably would have been cancelled before it ended. It would not have been its set story. They would have dragged it out and done like, oh, we're just gonna do more episodes where they do the adventures and there's not much overarching story. And granted, there's probably a certain audience that would have liked that, just to have more time with the characters and build them more. Or they would have leaned into making it more child-friendly because the show kind of inadvertently picked up a younger audience. But no. Gooseworks was able to do exactly what she wanted with that show. Tell the story exactly how she wanted. Not buckle to, you know, like audience expectations or anything like that. But the reason I mention it is one of their previous shows that was decently popular, but definitely not to the level...
Interesting strata.
Hang on, where was the other blue orb? Oh, it was there. Oh, I don't think that's enough. Yeah, I'm gonna assume I'm just not ready for that yet.
Poor little moles.
But one of their earlier shows is called Murder Drones, and you can already... The thing I was saying about the remote workers, by the way, is that most of their animators, I believe, are just independent gig workers. Just like, oh, yeah, I just animate from my home, I do my own indie animation projects, and they're just like, okay, yeah. And what's really cool is they also let those animators just do their own behind-the-scenes content. I'm subscribed to a few of them who are just like, yeah, here's the scenes, here's the shots I animated, here's the techniques we do, and shit like that. Like, it's... You know, you think of other studios, how they wouldn't let them do that. But anyway, the bigger point is about one of their earlier shows. They have older shows than that. They have one called Meta Runners. And I think they have an even earlier show. I think, actually, funny enough, they started out making a Super Mario 64 fan show. But if you can see if you watch the Amazing Digital Circus, like the pilot look like is fine looking, but you can see that the show, the animation, the rendering, lighting, like that kind of stuff it got better over time. And I think there are some intentional pullbacks in the later episodes that kind of highlight that. And you see that with some of their earlier productions as well. Like Murder Drones, the pilot episode, relies on a lot of motion capture. And honestly, once the show is just hand animated, I think it looks way better. Like when they get into, you know, because 3D animation, it definitely, I think audiences definitely got tired of it for a while. Because it got very samey looking and it was taken away from traditional animation techniques and style. But to see Glitch bringing some of that back. For example, the Gaslight District actually has a lot of 2D animation on top of it. That's an interesting show because it's specifically animated to look like a 2D show. Like it's using lower frame rate, and they do more like exaggerated smear frame kind of stuff. Whereas like the Digital Circus was like a throwback to, like, it's an idealized idea of what 90s pre-rendered graphics look like, you know?
Trust me, those Dark Eco boxes are bad news!
This is very Spyro, by the way. It is funny considering that this game, even though it does share some lineage. Fuck. Well, no, you don't. You don't say again. It shares some lineage with Crash Bandicoot. I feel like its overall gameplay structure is closer to Spyro. I haven't figured out if there's a way to take turns better. Ah, phooey. I think there is. I think you hold, if you hold accelerate and press the brake button. Ah, I tried to cut him off, it didn't work. But they're, you know, they're getting into 2D stuff as well. Knights of Guinevere, that one I'm also really excited for. It's like a very cynical take on like the corporatization of, you know, like capitalism and politics. It is kind of in the territory of what if Disney did own everything. Like what if that's what all production and life revolved around. And yeah, that show is not aiming for a kid audience either, but that's a 2D animation. Gaslight District, I can see that bothering people because it's got a very Jason Vasquez, like Invader Sim inspired art style, but that's definitely not the tone. Like it's dark, but it's not a comedy. It has like funny moments, but it's more serious. But that's about like basically some form of like the rapture happened, so everyone's undead and just still, you know, continuing on, and kind of, you know, like society's gone real dark because, you know, people can't die anymore. That's going to be like their main show from now on, is my understanding. Like they did the pilot.
Bring down a bunch to go.
And it did well enough to justify doing the full season. You know what? I do like they've mixed it up here. But I can... No! I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. Oh, shit. I do... Playing some more of this game, I'm slowly over time kind of realizing why they did go somewhat Grand Theft Auto inspired. Them going like more mature and adding the guns and stuff like that. That I'm not so sure on. Outside of just like, you know, the gaming.
You've got to fly through each ring before they turn off.
Oh, okay, I was too slow. You know, the gaming audience aging, and the PlayStation 2 is when, you know, it kind of been growing for a long time, but PlayStation 2 is definitely when the gaming audience was acknowledged as not just being kids or even teenagers. And, you know, a lot of the people who would have grown up with Nintendo, Super Nintendo would have been teenagers to, you know, almost young adult age. God, I really got to figure out how you take sharp corners with this thing. It's not the triggers. This is a tricky one. There we go. Nope, still going. There we go. But, you know, this was definitely an era where the kind of mascot-y platformer was becoming a more, like, genre hybrid style. Look at what Ratchet and Clank was doing, and that series, as it progressed, just got more and more built on its third-person shooter mechanics, though still with enough of the, you know, platformer, collectathon-ish. You know, collectathon-y less so, but there is collectathon mechanics to Ratchet and Clank games. I am looking forward to that because I do hear amazing things about some of the PS2 era Ratchet and Clank games, and I've totally missed out on those. Oh, come on. God, I lose so much speed when that happens. I feel like I'm missing something. Like, why can't I catch up? Thankfully, it's not... I don't think your acceleration is based on how hard you push the button. Oh, it's not. No, it's not an analog input. Not really. It's like a little bit. But it's not as strict as some games I've played, where to get full acceleration, you have to be squeezing the trigger like your life depends on it. There we go. Oh yeah, Sly Cooper as well. Again, it's weird that I never played them on the PlayStation 2 era, because I did want to get into them, right? Oh, this is different. Okay. It's just, you know, this is the thing I always have to say. Especially when you're that age, you only have so much money, so much time. Huh. this is gonna annoy me, I think. Oh, we are getting there though. Oh fuck. Yeah, the vehicles are very they control like hover, you know, they are hovercrafts. So as you'd expect, not a lot of friction. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. Yeah, Sly Cooper was probably the closest out of the 3 PlayStation 2 mascot platformers that was still, you know, more traditional. But even then, they were still...
Keep on impressing me. But then maybe it's just because I've got low expectations. Okay, your moment of gloating is over. Get on with it.
Hang on. I didn't notice it before. Maybe because, like, the visual fidelity of it. Is the voice of that Sage guy, is that the current voice of Dr. Eggman? Or, like, at least one of the Eggman voice actors? He started to really sound like him there. Oh, hello. Oh, this guy's gonna be a fucking pain. The thing is, you can't cut them off too much, because they just reverse their route. There we go. I managed to catch him in time.
Good flying! Those lurkers were no match for your zoomer. That's one more power cell.
It is funny to think about how big kind of mascot-y platformers were before. You know, Nintendo obviously, Mario 64 and some of the games in that style, and then PlayStation managed to compete with, you know, Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. Those were probably the main hitters there. But it is interesting how much the genre did seem to fall out of favor for a while. Okay, yeah, we got a split here. Oh, yep. Okay, I'll go for that blue gate later. Oh, I missed one. I need a lot of eggs. You know, because... Oh, yeah, you can't... Also, you can't really reverse in this thing. There we go. Because when you think about it on GameCube, for example, and the GameCube is a fascinating era for Nintendo because they did try and appeal to a more hardcore, like, older audience. And, you know, it makes sense. Their audience was aging. Fuck the haters who were poo-pooing about Wind Waker and saying it had a childish art style, because it doesn't. It's a beautiful looking game. I think in that regard, I think the gaming audience has gotten a little better. Not entirely. In fact, you know, that reactionary side of that audience is maybe worse, but, you know. Herd the moles into their hole. Okay, so that's a big thing. Oh, right. I've got the blue gates to do. Let me go back. I remember where that was again. It was up here. But Nintendo did not really make much. Obviously, they got rid of Rare. Was a big loss for them. As much as there's some post-Nintendo era Rare games I like, I do kind of part of me does wish we could see the universe where Nintendo did pick them up when the stampers were like, we're selling. But, you know, obviously there were other companies releasing like mascot platformer style games, but I think the only ones that were really regarded with any positivity were the Rare ones. And I think that's partly why Xbox ended up buying them, to try and fill that niche, and obviously it didn't really work out for them. And Rare did not really make games like that for Xbox. The closest you get is like Conquer Live and Reloaded. And even that was like a more third-person shooter take. You know, even more... Even though it was censored, it was trying to lead into a more mature audience still. It was very strange. What? And yeah, Cameo, which to be fair, it's too slow. Was supposed to be an original Xbox game, and got brought over to 360 because, you know, Xbox did not stick with that platform for very long, and I think they were running up on tech issues. You can kind of see it though if you look at Cameo on 360. It does look like a original Xbox game, like slightly up-resed. But Nintendo, you know, Mario was late to the system, and the Luigi game, which I played Luigi's Mansion, I did have fun with it, but you know, it's not what anyone would have expected. And I'll be honest, I don't think it's an amazing game either. I do want to do tier lists for GameCube and original Xbox specific games. I want to do that soon actually, because there's a GameCube game I want to play this summer. So do look forward to that. That will be soon. This could really use a mini-map. Like, if there's any aspect of this game where I do see a flaw, I do think it is the lack of a map. Okay. Down this way. And then see U-turn. Where the fuck is the next circle here? Oh, that's a weird spot. Yeah, the problem is the circles are supposed to show you the direction you need to go, but they don't do it very well. At least these blue ones don't. Ah. I like the variety of these sections. I wish this thing was more responsive to control. It's very tail heavy. I mean, here's the thing. You bring up the flawed but still good comment. I feel like if you're going to say a game is flawed, I think you have to say it's flawed in a more fundamental level. Like something that holds back the entire game. So, like, the example I would give is a game that has... Like, its visuals is the problem, for example. Like, maybe the graphical quality compared to the rest of the game. Like, it's a very budgety, for example. Or it could have amazing storytelling, well building, things like that, but the gameplay or some aspect of the controls is the letdown. What? How did I miss that? Oh well. I'll just keep doing it. Hang on, I'm gonna check something in the quote manual. Okay, where is... Okay, there is something called a hop turn. Let me try. What is the hop turn? Oh. Okay, yeah. I should have looked that up earlier. That's how you do the really sharp turns. Okay, that was just user error there. Yeah, there we go. I can't hold the not explaining some of the inputs against this game too much because that would have not been standard at the time. And it is in the manual. Okay, don't miss this time. There we go. These are real far apart. Some of these. Oh, they fucking did it again. Oh, whoever designed this objective, having a fucking laugh. They're messing with me. They really like to hide where these rings are leading. And again, I don't want to be, again, too harsh on this. Fucking Gran Turismo 3 didn't even have a map screen. Like, you had the mini-map, and that was it. And even then, you didn't have much guidance on there. Okay, I think I know what I did wrong there. Jesus Christ, is this a long enough route? Woo! Okay, good. I was getting tired of that one. Okay. So I have 2 things left to do here. Beat the record time on the gorge and herd those moles. How am I doing on eggs, actually? And I've almost got all the eggs here. I'm only missing 5, so... Okay, here's where the moles are. Where are your holes? Oh, there's your mole hole. Oh no. I'm getting fucking Twilight Princess flashbacks again. Okay. Now this is a lot harder than the first herding I had to do. God, did the developers of Hurdy-Gurdy see this game? They're like, oh shit, we gotta... That's a great game. We gotta do that for the whole game. Oh, what the fuck? That wasn't even close. Well, I see where the last eggs are. Oh, lucky. Okay, I think there's 2 more.
Let's go get our parasol from the geologist.
Trying to see if I can get those last 5 eggs. I'll just say I don't think I've seen Hurdy-Gurdy before. It is a weird game. Firstly, the cover, the box art, is basically a lie. It presents the game like it's some sort of like dark, grim... oh, what's his name? The Nightmare Before Christmas guy. It looks like it's something he would make. You play the actual game, the tone and art style is completely different. Tim Burton, yeah. Like, it gives the vibe. Hey! Okay, I've just got to beat this gorge time now. I've got to figure out where that... Yeah, here it is. Okay. Let's try that again, shall we? Aww. Aww. You know, for the practice run, that wasn't that bad. I could definitely see how we could shave off some time. Over here. No, that's the entrance. But Hurdy-Gurdy is... It is a puzzle game. it doesn't really have platforming elements per se. It is mostly a puzzle game via... Oh, shit. Well, I've already fucked this one up. Like, they could, at least for this objective, have put arrows just to give you a rough idea of where you had to go. Okay, yeah, you do get a speed boost. Oh. I know what I'm doing wrong there. You're supposed to use an enemy to boost off that. There we go.
We beat the record time!
Okay, now we need to leave. This is probably the part of the game where there's been the most issues, is that part. But also at the same time, I appreciate the variety, like making an area different like that. But there's definitely some flaws with it.
Thank you for saving those moles. That's awfully good of you. Here's a power cell to help you out. Now I can get back to my research.
There we go. Okay, I'm not gonna give the Oracle those orbs yet. I think it's better to do these guys first.
Oh, great moves, kid. I knew that time record would fall. Now here's your power cell, and I can go collect my big payoff.
Hell yeah.
Whoa, yeah! These orbs will help me win my way back out of this barrel. Here's the power cell, I promise.
What a weird guy. I guess the implication is he was gambling and gambled his pants. Okay, yeah, good.
Wonderful. You brought me the precursor orbs. All right, I'll fix the bridge. But don't ask me to get involved with that creature again.
I like they call them orbs, and I just call them eggs. Because that's what they are. They look like eggs. Oh, thank you. Huh. I'll say, I like the little wind effects we've got on our characters here. So, wow, there was... Nope. Oh, the camera's stuck. Hang on. There's like a really specific camera position there where you can see the resolution and frame rate drop. There it is. I do find that fascinating because what that means is that I guess whatever causes the frame rate drops must be so severe that they're like, okay, to try and keep the frame rate at least at 30, we have to drop the resolution there. Because that just makes me assume that if they didn't do the resolution drop there, then it would have hit even lower frame rates, maybe. Or maybe that was an attempt to, I don't know, have a version of the game maybe where when it detects the frame drops, it drops the resolution, and it would have held 60, but maybe like on the final hardware they couldn't make it work. Hey! How are we doing? Oh, we've got more than plenty. I think that's way more than they asked for. Let's head over this way. Nope.
Great! You have the cells for the machine. They ought to provide enough power to lift that boulder.
Oh,
There
right.
we go. Now, be careful facing that monster lurker at the top.
Wait! I'll stay here and protect Kira. Jack, I think you're ready to handle that monster without me.
Oh, really heroic of you.
Oh, you tried, Jak and Daxter. I keep forgetting who's who. Sorry. You're so similar looking, the both of you. Do you know what is funny about the way this game works, right? That it's one seamless world, though you do kind of go through it linearly, though they do give you opportunity to backtrack at certain points. Is that, aside from the backtracking and stuff, Uncharted 1 works the same way. It actually, the entire game, outside of like some of the intro, takes place on one physical island, and a lot of the speedrun strats in that game is doing out-of-bound glitches that let you jump into later levels because they're technically always there. They're just not being rendered in. So I guess some of the tech that they figured out for this game carried over. Afterwards, Uncharted became more of a set PC kind of thing. Yeah, no, Uncharted 1, strange game. It's definitely the weakest of that trilogy to go back to. Oh, I see. I guess I don't see. But yeah, people who have like hacked those games to get like free cam and stuff have figured out that yeah, you could just travel to later parts of the game. I don't know if the game was originally intended to have like a more open world structure, and that's why it's like that. Okay, I assume what I'm supposed to do.
Wow! You can shoot fireballs
Oh.
when you're powered up with Yellow Eco.
They should have told me that sooner. Okay, now that feels very Uncharted. It is funny, if you play some of the Crash Bandicoot games, you can see the through line to the Uncharted games in that, and in these Jak and Daxter games as well. Oh yeah, no, they do all sorts of funky techniques. In Uncharted 4, in the early level where you play that section of Crash Bandicoot, that's not an emulated game. Out of Bounds is that level. It's just a camera that points to like an out of bounds instance that's like underneath the house. That's just not only rendered, but is like replicating like the PlayStation 1 rendering techniques in game. Okay. I think this is the rule of 3, but I think I fucked up the first phase. Also, I'll give credit. Another thing this game does good that not all PlayStation games do. It's decently loud. Some PlayStation 2 games are so quiet. Oh, no! Oh well. There we go. Just gotta pay more attention. I doubt it's gonna checkpoint how much damage I've done. No. Yeah, you can tell. Wait here for a minute. But this game doesn't have that issue. The audio in this is fine. If anything, it actually gets a bit too loud. This is again another issue you run into if you do real hardware capture in streams like me, is learning that audio levels were not standardized back then. And also, you know, brightness, saturation, some stuff, they would rely a lot on your TV and sound system to accommodate for whatever the game's like gamma and brightness settings were and audio level. Mentioned it before, but it's why Enter the Matrix, On Bad Game Hall of Fame, and The Bouncer have like a loud kind of fuzzy sound in the audio, because those games were so quiet. I was having to put massive gain just so you could hear them, and there's not really anything you can do about it. Like outside of maybe, and I might look into this at some point, but like capturing the audio via the Dolby output on the system. But I don't think that makes much difference, and I'm worried about it, you know, sounding weird because... There we go. Oh, yeah.
Great work! The people of Rock Village are breathing a collective sigh of relief. But there's no time to celebrate. Use your zoomer to navigate the mountain pass up ahead. Be careful. It looks like...
Yeah, Jojo's saying, yeah, Sandra in the Discord mentioned not being able to be here, so say this, drop this one for her, this game rules. Yep. No, this game does. Okay. What the problem is that I'm used to the fact that Jak will normally ledge grab. I should be doing this more often. The spin, it does give you a little bit more distance. So it's a good safety input. And you don't have to time it the same way the double jump works. I'm gonna look at the map quick, hang on. Oh, okay. This just goes to a whole new area. So we will be probably teleporting back at some point. Did that guy just go me, 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 me?
Those lurkers must be headed for a detonator at the end of the canyon. If they reach it before you do, they'll blow up the entire pass. You've got to beat them there and destroy the detonator, or it's all over.
Oh, now this is actually like Conker's Bad Fur Day. There's like the surfing. You know, I should have known. But yeah, it is cool to see. We already knew it a bit with the Crash Bandicoot games, but it's cool to see that even back here, that Naughty Dog were always technical wizards. They always got amazing stuff out of the hardware. Like, the fact that this game even has dynamic resolution stuff, that was such a rarity back in this generation. Like, legit, I struggle. I don't know many games that even did it on PlayStation 2. I literally only know one other game, which is Gran Turismo 4, has dynamic resolution. Joe was saying, I wonder if they plan to ever return to a more cartoony game like this. I get the impression that they are. Which is a shame. Oh no, I think I was too slow. Oh wow, we get a full extended cutscene there. That's fine because I don't have to go for the little collectibles this time. I could just focus on speed. There's some crates I probably missed with eggs in them, but we won't worry about those too much. Oh, poop. How do I keep missing that one? I was playing with fire there.
We did it! We stopped them from...
There we go. You'd also hope that
You beat them to the detonator. The Red Sage's lab is just ahead. Go turn on the teleport gate so we can join you.
You know, you'd also hope that Sony would as well. I mean, I'll say they were. There's an era where they were definitely doing way too many Ratchet and Clank games. Like, they were almost yearly, and they were doing a lot of like spin-offs in the side games, and it was kind of hard to know sometimes which ones were worth playing. Like Q-Force, All for One, stuff like that. Doesn't feel like that's the case anymore.
Ow! I always wonder if I'm losing body parts in those things. Holy yakkow! The Red Sage's lab looks worse than the Blues.
Well, it definitely looks as though there's been a struggle here.
I'd hardly call it struggle. Would you, dear sister?
Certainly not. The Red Sage gave up with
Oh yeah,
so
this lady.
little effort. No fun at all.
Gall? Is that you? You've finally gone off the deep end, eh? And Maya, I told you the dark eco would affect you both. Nobody ever listens to old Samos. What have you two done with the blue and red sages?
Don't worry about your colorful friends, you old fool. They're perfectly safe in our citadel. Our special guests.
They have graciously agreed to help us on a little project.
Why does he have the weird
You
backwards
were
echo?
wrong, Samos.
And she just
Dark Eco
just
can
sounds
be
like her.
controlled. We've learned its secrets, and now we can reshape the world to our liking.
You can't control dark eco by itself. Even the precursors.
Until now, we've had to scrape by with what little dark eco we could find near the surface. But soon, we will have access to the vast stores of dark
I like this lady,
eco
but her arms are
deep
fucking
underground.
skinny as shit.
Not the silos.
No meat on those bones.
Yes, the silos. They will be open.
Also, does he have like a
All the dark eco of the world
metal
will be
jaw or something?
ours.
Like that guy from Venture Bros?
Only a precursor robot.
Oh, don't look so upset, Samos. We've got big plans for you.
Daxter, quick, try flirting with her. Seduce her.
Wait a minute! That was Gull? The same Gull who's supposed to change me back? Gull is the guy trying to kill us? I'm doomed.
We may all be doomed. If they open the silos, the dark eco will twist and destroy everything it touches. We simply must get to their citadel to stop them.
The fastest way there is through the lava tube at the bottom of this crater. A few more power cells and your Zoomer's heat shield should get you across the lava safely.
All right, my boy. You know what to do. Take the flea bag and go round up more power cells.
Okay. I'm actually going to teleport back. Hang on. I don't remember. We're just gonna have to see. Wow, even that. Okay, he's the green sage. Let's try blue sage. The fact that the load times are that quick, and granted, I do play running these on HD backups, but I think this is the case on disc as well. How do they do it? Cursor. So I went to the Precursor Basin. But at least looking at the map, there are two other areas that I might have missed. There's the Boggy Swamp, and the Lost Precursor City. I'm going to have a quick look around this area again. Also, how many eggs am I missing? I'm still missing a lot of eggs as well. Okay, here I don't think they do the resolution drop. I think this game does drop the resolution outside of when you see the frame rate die. It's just sometimes harder to notice. It sounds like, yeah, it does sound like an ended area. But if you look at the map, you kind of keep going north, so it doesn't look like that's where you will go. Yeah, I'll show you. It's here. I think this is it. So, that kind of makes sense, so that there are optional areas. So, hello. Not a lot. Up here. But hey, I'll take it. Here we go. Oh, we still gotta go to the planet core. So yeah, now we're in the Lost Precursor City. This is a... I was not expecting this. This is fucking cool. It's just... I always think of God of War as kind of the technical Marvel game for doing a lot of this stuff. But this game did it years earlier. Like, some of the techniques that that game does must have been established. Oh. You know, were established here. Oh. Okay. Try this again. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm gonna do a little bit more here. I'm actually not sure how this game saves. You just manually save, I guess. Right, can't skip those. Here we go. Oh, oh no. Oh, camera. Camera had a hard time there. We'll do a little bit more of this area and then we'll wrap up. I did go quite long with my little discussion about the peripherals. Oh, what am I doing? Oh. Oh, not an amazing checkpoint, but not that far either. There we go. There we go, that's what I want to do. There we go. There's that. I think that's up this room cleared out. Yeah. Okay, these are going in a circle. That's on me. There we go. Oh, I see. Now, these are straight out Crash Bandicoot. I don't remember which game, but these were... Something like this was in Crash Bandicoot. Just making sure. I don't think there's anything hidden down there, but let me just check. Ah, whatever.
While you're down there, could you rub my feet?
Ugh! Fucking, he's nasty! He's a freak! What are you into, huh? Oh, Gregor, I didn't know you were like that. Okay, I don't think there's a hidden item down there. Despite how that feels like a room you would hide something in. Oh, this is quite a big room. Joe saying makes sense, he's a freak for feet. He's a freak for his own feet though, which I feel like is like an extra level of the strange. Look, we don't kink shame at Johnny at the Johnny Baghead show, but feet freak me out. They just look strange to me, like they're being put together wrong. And I can't explain it. I think maybe just because I don't like the way mine look. I think my toes are way too big. But, what are you gonna do, huh? I don't mind saying, I have very big feet for someone my height. I think I'm officially the shortest Bad Game Hall of Fame member. Oh, look. We're all about freaks and geeks over here. Takes one to know one. Oh, this is a big area. There's all sorts of split paths and shit. I gotta be careful. I could get real lost here. Oh. Well, never mind. Nope, timed that wrong. Okay. It is entirely a skill issue. I keep messing up the double jump because you do have to time it so precisely. Okay, let's just wait. I guess you just have to wait longer for the glow to happen, yeah. Okay, there we go. The one game I do not hear much about that people forget is there was a Jak and Daxter sequel. Not the Daxter game on PSP, the one that's called, like, there's one more. And from what I understand, people do not like that game. Actually, I've had trouble getting it to import onto Open PS2 Loader. For some reason, any ISO I've tried, the programs I use to transfer it over, like, we don't recognize this as a PlayStation 2 game. Which is weird, because it's an official ISO. Oh, I got beamed.
Say goodnight, Jak.
Good night. Lost Frontier, yes. Thank you, Jodio. I did not remember the name of it, if I'm being totally honest. I think that's... It has a similar opinions to what, Jak and Daxter... no, what am I saying? Ratchet and Clank Size Matters. I think that's the name of it. Can you just not take that guy out? Oh, you can. Okay. I don't know. Oh, I did that badly. But yeah, I just don't know a lot about it, but anytime I've heard even like an inkling of a mention of it, it's always been a very negative response. There's that, and then there's the closest to, I guess, the last, like a PlayStation 3 one, is fucking PlayStation Heroes. The weird move game where you can play as Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank. I think Sly Cooper's in there. I think the Desmond, Sir Desmond from Medieval's in it as well, but I could be wrong. I forget who it is. One of the characters looks really off-model in that game. It's either Ratchet or Jax. Just they did not capture the look of the original design. There we go. There we go. We should be good now. Oh, I guess not.
I think we have to switch on all those platforms or something.
Okay. I see the problem. There we go. That's a cute little puzzle. Do you know what this level is making me think of as well? Halo 2. When you get to the, because they're all, you know, I forget what they're called. They have their own precursor race thing in that story that I've forgotten the name of. And there's a bit where you, in the Delta Halo, where you travel underwater. The Forerunners. There we go. Let's just wait here. I'm curious how much the precursor stuff matters in this storyline. By the way, I mentioned it in the first part, but this is an actual alphabet you can translate. It is just the English alphabet. Apparently, almost every case, it's usually very basic what it translates to. You know, it'll translate to wall or power. Like, it'll literally just be a label for what it is. And one thing I do know, and I believe I learned this because of the Odd Header YouTube channel, is that for some reason, in the HD collection version, some of the text is different. And there's some barrels, I think, in Jak 2, that the text translates to the word shit. And people don't know why. My best guess is they were probably using, like, not retail versions of the games, maybe. They're probably using, like, some, like, pre-beta version. Well, like I said, it's text that in the original game would not have translated to a cuss word. And I think even if you put it in like that, I think you still, as an SRB, have to, you know, for the ratings board, you have to disclose it. So I don't think it was put there, like... That's the kind of Easter egg that nowadays would get patched out of a game. Like, some kind of edgy Easter eggs have been even patched out fucking, games that got rated, higher than that. How do you make that jump? That's a really... Okay, let's do a better job at this guy. I lied. Not doing a better job. But you see over there? What am I doing? I don't know why this double jump time. I just keep losing the timing window for. I think a force of habit is I'll hold the jump button because in a lot of games that matters, platformers, and it doesn't here. Okay. I'll look at that later. Let's just...
Hey! It looks like you can jump dive onto those guys.
If you could long jump. Yeah, but from where? I haven't figured out the exact place you're supposed to long jump from. I'll give it one more go. I don't think it's from here. That's too far away. I think it's from the highest platform here. That's closer. What? I bonked on it. Oh dear. You were right, the double jump fucking made it, but then I got messed up from it. What am I doing? There we go. That's me just being lazy and impatient because I've fucked up the jump so many times. I'm not even going to fight that guy. I'm just going to leave him. I turned into that meme of the dog with its eyes closed. I'm sorry, folks. Bear with me here. I think what I don't like is the camera cut there. It makes it feel like I'm losing. Why do I keep losing the timing for the double jump? It is really precise. If you leave it too late, you also lose it, is the problem. There we go. And I can't go in here anyway. Great. All that. And it's locked. Oh, hello. That's fine. I could get these eggs I missed. Wow, I feel like the Traveller Tales Crash Bandicoot games saw this and were like, let's just do this. Oh, that was strange. I know what happened there. Okay, so there is a time mechanic to this.
I'll bet we can get all of those things charged at once.
Oh, I see which one I missed. Ah. Okay, I think as long as I don't lose charge. There we go. Okay. But yeah, this area is really big. There's so many little paths and things. Huh.
Wow! You raised a piece of the underwater ruins to the surface. It seems you can use eco in ways we've never seen before. A power cell surfaced with the room. Climb up there and get it.
There we go. So I guess that's just a shortcut I've opened up. Okay, well I have enough power orbs for that guy, but I bet... Well, I'm missing something in the mountain pass, and I bet the volcanic crater is going to require a lot of eggs as well. Oh, that's where the door is. I just want to do a little bit more here. I might not finish this area today. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't been that way. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, this area is massive. There's stuff I've missed in the earlier areas, like upper floors still. Well, that's fine. At least when you die, it seems like pretty much all the collectibles you pick up get saved. Oh, they don't give you a lot of time on that one. I just wish there was a way to do like a sharper turn on this. You have to kind of lead yourself into certain turns. Nice.
I got a bad feeling about this. Jak, run! The dark ego is rising!
Oh, that was... yeah, I should have waited. Okay, at least the little cutscene doesn't play every time. Oh no, I shouldn't waste my time picking that stuff up. Pan the camera up just a little bit. Hey! Nice. Just being sure. Actually, we might clear this area out before I wrap up today. What's left to do? I've got one thing left besides the fly scouts. Still got 30 eggs somewhere. Oh, hey, it's this room. Asshole. Asshole! I will say, if someone was to ask, like, what is the weakest point of this game? And I don't think it even is the lack of a map. It probably is the combat. So I kind of maybe understand a bit more why they went more into guns and stuff in the sequels. Maybe they saw, like, what you know, they definitely must have saw what Ratchet & Clank was doing and thought to skew more to that. Okay, yeah, we definitely didn't fully explore this room. It is interesting you can also see the cues of, like, Spyro and Banjo-Kazooie with the egg placement. That they are guides for where you haven't been. Which is what you're supposed to do with stuff like this, by the way. It's why when I tried Banjo-Tooie, I ended up falling off of it so hard. Is the note blocks that were originally like guidance to point you to where things are. That's not really what they are in Tooie. They're usually put very out the way in remote areas. And they put them in, like, instead of one note at a time, they're like clumped collectibles now. I do want to give that game another go sometime, but I really, really bounced off it hard. Hate that guy.
Don't step into the light, Jack! Don't step into the light!
Shit, where am I? Where's this checkpoint? I think I know where I am. But that is a odd checkpoint. Okay. Let's go this way first. Get this little guy in the box. Jojo was saying, like all the Banjo games, even the 361. Yeah, nuts and bolts, underrated. I get if you were expecting a game that played like the originals. It's not that. But I don't think that's a reason alone to dislike that game. Because it does retain a lot of the same ideas. Definitely the same writing and style. And I always find it strange that people saw the opening gags where Banjo and Kazooie are overweight and the log box is like talking about how dated they are. I've seen multiple people talk about those segments as if they are meant to antagonize the player. And I've never understood it. It's like, it's obviously not meant to piss you off. It's fucking...
Follow that pipe!
It's self-aware. It's Rare making fun of themselves. The whole thing with the logbox robot is it's supposed to be an analogy for, like, modern, you know, at the time, modern video game design sensibilities. You know, and it's also making jokes at Rare because they definitely oversaturated on the collectathon style of game. And people out there be thinking like, oh yeah, no, they were making fun of it. Like, no! Why would this game that has so many obscure winks and nods, not only to Banjo-Kazooie, but to Rare in general, be making fun of you for liking their games? Just... yeah, a bizarre line of thinking that just comes off like bias confirmation. You went into the game not liking that it was more wild take on a collectathon. Like, it's not a platformer. Like, you know, it has platforming elements, but that's not the primary gameplay. And you were just, like, looking for something to confirm, like, your negative feelings towards it. But yeah, no, there were elements of Banjo-Tooie I liked, but the overall flow, where the levels weren't, like, self-contained anymore. They're all, like, interconnected, and they were very labyrinthian, with multiple load zones and things like that. It just... And how... Because, like, Banjo-Kazooie is so tightly designed. Like, how they dole up the power-ups, that they're specifically doled out for the levels you find them in. And then Tooie does the complete opposite, where you'll go to early levels, and they're so massive, and you'll find collectibles that you can't get until you've gotten, like, 90% through the game. Okay, I think I need to use this. I don't want to risk the jump. Oh, close. Again, it's... Joe said, I kind of get it since the gameplay's could do. I feel like you're meant to agree the old games play bad. I really don't get that impression. Because it's not Banjo or Kazooie that says it. It's the logbox. And the logbox is meant to be... Like, not the villain, like, is one of the villains. Also, look, I think I glitched this. Because, look, it's still... There we go. Stay down. Hey, look at that. How are we doing on... Okay, there's some orbs I left somewhere. Like, the logbox computer lady is meant to have the cynical take on video games. I don't think you're supposed to agree with her. And, you know, this is also the game where they constantly make jokes about Grab by the Ghoulies being, like, a financial failure. Maybe just they're massive Grab by the Ghoulie fans as well. And they're just taking multiple bits personally. Okay, how do I get back? I guess this way. Let's see. Nah, that's not the way. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Okay, so I think it's this way. And yeah, I see what he's saying. How do I get back? Like, yeah, DK64 is just the argument that more is not better. I still find it bizarre when some people argue that that's one of the classics of Nintendo 64. That that's like a highlight for the series, for the system, because, like, no, I don't think it is. Okay. Maybe you can't go back from there?
Heimlich! Stretcher! Yick. Revenant?
Okay. Maybe it is this way. Okay, you can definitely tell this is the point where I need to end stream, because I'm just... I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just thought that the joke they were making did not read as making fun of the genre or the audience. They definitely make jokes about collectathons, but I think considering that Rare made one of the most egregious collectathons ever, I think most people should have been able to tell that, like, yeah, this is self-deprecation. This is not antagonistic commentary. And, you know, I do think that Banjo-Tooie does go too far in some places as well. Like, that game definitely likes to waste your time in places. If you remember, like, the thing that always comes to mind, a key memory, are the bits where you, Montubo, I think his name is, the shaman guy, and he moves the rocks, and you have to watch, like, a 2-minute cutscene of him going, ooh, druggable, ikam bokum. Like, that's, yeah, Mumbo Jumbo. Yeah, I almost got the name right. And just how big the overworld is, how long it takes to get back to the first levels. Like, you have to be, I feel like that's a game you have to keep a pen and paper with you to remember some of the progression. Like, that's a game straight up where you could make the argument, if you're gonna make the levels that big and interconnected, that the game should have had a map. I hear Yuka Replayly, like, that's one of its huge improvements, is genuinely just that it has a map system. Whereas I think Banjo-Kazooie, you could argue, is such a tight game, it didn't need a map system, right? Okay, I still want to figure out what I'm missing in the mountain pass.
Hey, barrels could come back in style.
And then we will wrap up for the day. I'll probably go and have dinner. Did I go this way? Oh, this is the way to the mountain pass, isn't it? Oh, this is another area, another optional area. Okay. You know, that's what we'll do. That's what will be the next main goal. Joe was saying in 2E. You do get doors that take you to other levels. You could try. Yeah, but from what I remember when I played it, it's a very long time into the game before you get those. And like I said, it's a lot of the collectible layout in 2E. It does not lead you naturally towards where the objectives are in the same way that Banjo-Kazooie did. Like, note blocks were very specifically a great indicator of where you had been and where you hadn't. Like, oh, here's a place you could be going. And they're just not in 2E. 2E feels like a game that maybe on a repeat playthrough is probably really good. But yeah, I don't know. I will give it another try one day though. I do want to try it. I just need to be in the right mood because I had such a great time with the first game and then got to the second game and just was put off. So it did not take long to go like, I don't know if I want to beat this game. Okay, I think I know what I have to do here. At a certain point in this race, there is a switch. Sure. One more egg. Nope. Where was it, actually? Here's the thing, though. Like, not that I really trust modern-day Microsoft, especially with all their shitty, you know, relationship with a certain genocidal nation. But, oh, dumb. I do think, you know, there's a lot of questionable things Xbox has done in the last decade plus even. Like, even though they did turn around a lot of the Xbox One era, they never fully recovered. And, yeah, they're focusing so much on buying up all those studios. And especially buying Activision and Bethesda. And now they're closing down all those smaller studios they brought. It's like, yeah, maybe you didn't have the fucking money for that. And trying to find all those games to fill out Game Pass, and it was just losing money, but like the whole time. But the fact that they own Rare, they own a massive amount of Rare's back catalog, and they do fucking nothing with it. Rare Replay, and that's it. The only thing they've done since Rare Replay is they struck that deal with Nintendo, and I think it also happened because they brought Activision to get GoldenEye 007 re-released, and they did that shitty thing where if you own the digital version of Rare Replay, you got the game for free. If you had the disc version, you didn't get it. And I don't know what their reasoning is, outside of like maybe it was there's like a timed exclusive, you know, that. There's something here, right? This boulder clearly is meant to blow up. Okay, I think when you pick up the charge, you can't hit anything. Okay, hang on. I'm going to search this. I'm not going to look up too much for this game, but this one's confusing me. Okay. Jak and Daxter Mountain Pass power cells. For the power cell, oh, okay. Is there? No. Okay. This is weird. What's the other thing? Oh, yeah. It wasn't included in Rare Replay. But, at some point, when Xbox, you know, they got into that initiative of doing Xbox One backwards compatibility. So, you know, they did a bunch of Xbox original and Xbox 360 games, which I still think it's shitty that they did the big update. They had, like, they did a bunch of games, announced they weren't going to do any more, and then they dropped a bunch of original Xbox and 360 games to backwards compatibility for, like, the Xbox anniversary, and then said, oh yeah, we're not going to ever do that again. And it's like, just leave the door open. You don't have to say you definitely are doing more, but there are a bunch of original Xbox games that are still not playable on Xbox consoles. Where's Jet Set Radio Future? Where's, you know, Sega GT 2002? Where's Crazy Taxi 3? And even when it comes to licensed stuff, some of the games that are playable on Xbox One have licensed stuff in them. A bunch of Electronic Arts games got re-released on there. But also, you know, where's Burnout 2? Burnout 2, there's no license issue there. And, but SSX is on there. SSX free. Tricky as well. Tricky should be on there. I don't know if it is, but SSX free definitely is. Okay. This thing I looked up, what did it say? I believe you must first open the eco vent right behind you. Okay, right on. Might be yellow. The switch is in the snow area above the volcano. Oh, okay, so we can't get this yet. This is like way later in the game, I think. It's like the yellow switches. It's like the switches in Super Mario World. You know what? You know, we'll bike it again. We'll save in the next area, because there are, I think, like a couple more eggs I can pick up on the way. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Easy there. Easy, I'll go. By the way, just before I, because we're gonna wrap up once I collect this. The incoming PlayStation 2 playthroughs I'm considering. I mentioned Hitman a few times. It might be a while before I do that, because there's some other games I think I want to do first. I think I'm going to finish this game, unless I might do a vote again. Ask people in the community if they want to see some variety, like I did for Beyond Good and Evil. There we go, 2 more eggs. But I want to do some more launch titles. I think one goal, at least, with the ranking is I do want to look at every launch title. I feel like the launch is significant enough to warrant covering all the games that launch for the system. So the next 2 games I'm thinking of doing, because I'm kind of on that kind of kick right now. No, it wasn't long ago we did Time Splitters 1. There we go. Is I want to do Ridge Racer 5 and split, like I mentioned in that little accessories intro. Use the Joy-Con at least for a little bit. Might just swap over to an actual controller after a while. And Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore. Just for little funsies, we're actually going to look at the Japanese version, because it has a tiny amount of extra content. Not much. But it's in full English. Anyway. And it I think it has some like extra costumes or something. Hey!
Keep collecting power cells.
It's Psyched plays PlayStation 2. Welcome. Hello out there, fellow challenge runner. I don't do challenge runner stuff the same as fellow challenge runners. My challenge run is I play PlayStation 2 games that I pick, and there's blackjack and goth girls, and that's it. It's just I do what I want and I have a good time, basically. But yes, I'm trying to tier list a bunch of notable PlayStation 2 games playing on original hardware. If you type !tier list in chat, you can see my current progress and see my weird takes on the PlayStation 2 library. But this is my first time properly playing through Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, and yeah, this game's great. This game's phenomenal. It is. I wouldn't be, it's too early to say where I would rank this, but it would definitely be a high one. I don't rank them in order though. I don't do like number 1, number 2.
This isn't good.
It's just categories because I think games in very specific genres can be like masterpieces, like some of the greatest of all time, without necessarily being as good as games in other genres. Like some people would look at me putting the Time Crisis games in the masterpiece tier list, and they'd say like, oh, this game isn't as good as like Grand Theft Auto or God of War. It's like, those are completely different style of games. You can't compare those. Oh, hello.
Seek the pure light, for within its flame the answers reside. You can gain my power cells by bringing 120 precursor orbs for each.
Okay, we'll get right on that.
Someone get that guy a glass of water. He needs it badly. Also, yeah, I have heard this is quite an easy 100%. Granted, I've definitely missed some eggs. They let you keep track here. I'm missing eggs in the tutorial area, in the beach, the jungle. I've been told you don't really need to go for all eggs, though. You just need all power cells to get the true ending, or the secret bonus ending, or whatever it's called. You know what's bad about this game? I said I was going to wrap up. This is a hard game to put down. I just want to keep playing it. It is quintessential, the style of collectathon I really like. You know, there's not too many.
Over their heads.
There's really smart design leading you to each of the collectible types. And also just its technical wonder. Like how this game looks this good, runs this well. Does the seamless world stuff in fucking 2001. So it's like so much personality in the characters. The story, very light. But it's not that much of a negative. You know. And yeah, Naughty Dog might be... I feel like if you were to like count every system they've worked on, they might be the most impressive of the like first party developers. Okay. Probably should have seen that coming. I'm just trying to figure out how you get over there. Or... Okay, that's where we've been. We don't need to go that way. Surely it's not jumping down here. These don't really look like you're supposed to stand on these, but now I'm not so sure. If I really only had... Oh, it's 2 AM for you. Alright. That's alright. No. I don't mind it, yeah. I appreciate anyone has to raid and run.
Isn't good.
I think I'm also going to wrap up because I have been going for almost 4 hours. But we'll save the game and we'll find somewhere else to send raiders. Yeah, no, this game is really good. Also, I guess it was auto-saving at some point. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know when the game does it. When it auto-saves, it must just in a snap. But yeah, no, I'm still really liking this game. I guess if we're halfway through, we've got maybe like 2 more streams of this. Yeah, let me go full screen. But yeah. We'll keep at this. I'm not sure when I'll stream this next. I I've got some Bad Game Hall of Fame, like behind the scenes stuff to get sorted out for Tuesday. So it might be after then. Though, if I'm up early enough, I'll do it during the day again. Speaking of, I know most Sundays we've been doing Champions of Norrath co-op in US time on Sundays. I'm not sure about tonight. Like I mentioned, I've got some behind the scenes work to do. I might have to skip tonight, so we might get back to that next week. But I'm not entirely sure yet, so if you want to know, keep an eye. Oh, I should have checked to see when the next ad was coming. I would have snoozed it. It's too late now. Fuck's sake. Keep an eye on Blue Sky. I will put announcements there. But yes, at some point, the next major playthroughs will be Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore. Even though we've ranked that, I want to have a more thorough look at it because it's a launch title. And we'll look at Ridge Racer 5 with the Jog-Con. That's a very short campaign. I think PS2 or Die, Joe, did that in a day. But you actually unlock more content once you beat the game. So we'll look at more of that extra content as well in its ranking. And yeah, even though with Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore, that is already a play elsewhere tier, because the PlayStation 2 version honestly looks worse than the Dreamcast version. They fucked up somehow when they were porting it. And if you are to play Dead or Alive 2, at this point you would play the Xbox version from Dead or Alive Ultimate. That's probably the best version of this generation. I guess the Dreamcast you can include it. Dreamcast is so weird. It's because it was more competing with the PlayStation 1, but it is technically a 6th generation system. It's so strange. But yeah, I've been your host, Johnny Baghead, in my glorious hair form. The original bag will return if I can get it fixed in time. If not, that might have to go in the museum and I'll have to rebuild it. But yeah, if you want to watch any old streams you missed out on, my entire stream archive is over on YouTube at Johnny Baghead VODS. And I have some highlight videos on my main channel on YouTube at Johnny Baghead. And although I don't upload there frequently, I do plan on getting in some highlight videos out on there this year. And yeah, for stream updates, Blue Sky, I do have a Twitter. They're both at Johnny Baghead, but I haven't logged on to that Twitter account in weeks. And most of the followers on there are bots anyway. I should double check, because I still have some people who that's the only place they were getting stream updates. So I might sort that out just to make sure that the stragglers on there can still see when I go live. But yeah, that'll be it. And as always, you can catch me over at the Bad Game Hall of Fame. There almost every stream we do, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, as well as our Casual Monday streams. I'm pretty much there every time. And even if I'm not, it's an amazing show. Great folks there, Cassidy, Sharky, and Sid when he's available. They're all great folks, so give them love. And yeah, let's see who's online that we can raid into. Oh shit, Elvengore, friend of the show. She's amazing. Horror focused streamer. She's been she got a job recently, real life job, so she has not been streaming for a while. So this is her getting to stream again. So we're gonna raid into her. She's great. Give her love. Give her follows. And yeah, that'll be it from me. So yeah, again, thank you for watching. I've been your host, Johnny Baghead. And yeah, take care. And yeah, have a good one. And bye-bye.